Welcome to Paranormal M. Wall knockers / little demon. For about 2 years now, I occasionally hear what clearly is a hand hitting the wall between my room and the attic. Before anybody says chipmunks or whatever vermin, please rule it out. Trust me, I've had the area inspected by pest control, and there's no visible infestation. Traps and bait were set, to which go undisturbed today. If it's not happening from the other side of the bedroom wall in the attic, then the only other place it can be coming from is the exterior part of the wall. Picture a garage roofline, sort of butting against a house, wherein the attic is above the garage. This has happened at all hours of the day, and mostly when I'm alone. But it's happened with my wife in the room too. As a matter of factly, my wife and I hear noises in the house frequently. We are constantly going back and reviewing our security cameras to explain them away. And I'd say 80%, some say 90%, cannot be explained away. Trust me, if anyone's looking for a causation, it's me, a semi-non-believer in the paranormal. I can't explain this. I've also been in my basement studio, and I've heard my wife and kids come through the garage door. I hear the kids running. I have a hot microphone on, and studio headphones on as well. I can hear. I go upstairs, and they're not home yet. One night I heard this tapping on the basement bedroom window. Guys, this is a finger tapping a window. 43 years old, and I know what that sounds like. I also know there's nothing near the window to make such a sound. I have that window blocked 100% by a perfectly fitted painting, so no one can see in or out. And this goes on for 10 minutes. So I sneak down the hall to the kids' playroom. Think of the letter L, and I'm saying the two windows are equally spaced from the corner. I sneak over, lights are off. Can't see very well except the shadows of trees being cast by the streetlights. I just sit there for 10 minutes. Nothing. Tapping stopped too. I didn't even get 2 steps into the hallway and I heard that tap one time on my playroom window. I got pissed, darted toward the door, grabbing one of my guns en route. And I'm telling you that no one could have escaped my eyesight by then. But no one was there. I went back and looked at the cameras and nothing. One thing we have caught on camera is this very loud foot stomp from our bedroom, just above the living room. I wasn't home, but my wife and kids are visibly startled. Sorry, I'm confused. I was not home, but my wife and kids are visibly startled as a stomp was so hard that the ceiling lights flickered. Again, there's no explanation for this. And no, I will not accept house settling or vermin as causations. That's clearly a foot stomping the floor. The main level laundry room separates my studio from our master bathroom on the second. My wife has a rolling chair at her vanity. Now I can hear her rolling around when she's getting ready. I shouldn't, but I do. Well, I've texted her at 2 to 3 a.m. before asking why she's up rolling around. No response. She's asleep. It's not her. Other than that, I hear what sounds like a man tapping his cane on the floor above my studio quite often. I'm an engineer. I get mechanical systems and knocking, and I can assure you there are no system equipment or associated lines in the vicinity. Yeah, I randomly get scared. Hair stands up on my neck occasionally for no reason. Yes, I see something constantly moving in my peripheral upstairs in the hallway. I sleep with the door open and the nightlight in the hallways is always on. And yes, the barn door to the bonus room was closed one morning after I intentionally left it open. Same hallway. Whatever it is, I fear it's a small little demon dude. My wife and I watched some docu on NASA engineers that got haunted by this little guy in that same room. My son, 7 at the time, actually fell asleep in there. In fact, it was that night, watching some kids' movie. I woke him up in the morning, and the first thing he said was, "I woke up earlier and I heard little footsteps walk around the bed." I said, "It was the dog." He replied, "No, Dad, it was the footsteps of a small human." My garage caught on fire twice that week, too. My experience with something paranormal. I was 17 or 18 living with my girlfriend who was 6 months pregnant with my son. We went to bed on a normal evening and nothing strange had happened. And in fact, we were very happy, looking forward to getting the baby's room ready at the weekend. I was sound asleep, and as a heavy sleeper, nothing wakes me, until my girlfriend woke me to say that there was something in the house. It was around 2 a.m. For reference, we live in a maisonette. I assumed that someone had broken into the house, so jumped up to grab something to protect us. I don't know what, but I had to do something. Our bed was against a wall, so getting in was either on one side or from the bottom, and I was against the wall. I threw the duvet and lunged toward the end of the bed to get up. Then stood or hovering or floating at the end of our bed was a figure with no defining features at all. It was a shimmering gray outline filled with a white smoke texture. I came within 2 feet of it. Jumping up face to face, so to speak, I froze for a second as it moved toward me. I launched back into the bed and threw the duvet over my head. I know. And my then girlfriend said, "Did you see it?" I was shaking, absolutely petrified with fear. I looked at her and said, "What do you see?" She described the exact thing I just got a foot away from. She said she woke up to it standing next to her on her side of the bed, so she could feel it staring at her. The room was absolutely freezing cold. We could see our breath like in a horror movie. We hid under the duvet for around 20 minutes and kept peeking. And this thing was pacing around the room, slowly moving up to the windows and pressing the glass. It would press so hard we could hear the double glazing creaking under the pressure. After 30 minutes or so, it left the room and we decided to make an exit as fast as we could. We grabbed our clothes and fumbled around as quick as we could and decided that we could make a run for it. Our stairs were U-shaped, so you go down a flight, turn 180 on a small rectangle section, and down the next flight. We got to the top of the stairs, and it was clear, so we went as fast as we could, turned the corner, and it was halfway up the lower set of stairs, but we were already running, so we couldn't stop. I hit this thing full on into my chest. It was almost like time stood still and everything went calm, so I could see it clearly as white smoke-filled figure with shimmers of red, almost like red ribbon inside the smokiness. The next thing I knew was my arm being yanked as my girlfriend continued to run me through toward the front door. It was the most surreal feeling I've ever had in my life. I stood at the door calm and collected as my girlfriend was frantically trying to get the key in the door lock. Again, like a movie. She was screaming, opened the door, and I stood there and said, "Where are we going?" She just cried and cried, sobbing hysterically, and calm as a cucumber, I said, "Let's go in and sit down, think this through." She put up a fight, but agreed. We went into the living room, sat down while I made some points. Who will believe us? Where will we go? What about our things? We sat on the sofa, lights on until daylight. We were young with no home phone, and mobiles were very rare back then, so we never had one. At 7 a.m., we walked to her mom's house 20 minutes away, and she collapsed, crying. We both cried and explained everything, now terrified to return after talking about it. I had to go to work, so in work I called my dad and asked him to listen, and all I got was laughter. I felt alone, scared, and utterly humiliated by my dad. I don't know where to turn. We had nowhere to stay, and my girlfriend was heavily pregnant. We called the council and explained what happened, begged to be moved, and the council lady actually said to us, "You're fucking mental." We returned home that evening around 8 p.m., went straight to the living room and sat on the sofa. I never slept a second that night, and I don't think I did for a week. I went to work, and my girlfriend went to her mom's. We sorted blankets and pillows for the floor, and we slept on the floor of the living room for 3 months. Not once venturing upstairs. We used the toilet in our neighbor's and showered at her mom's. Then my girlfriend went into labor, and we had no option. I had to face my fears and venture upstairs. It was calm, quiet, and cold. I was talking to whatever it was, begging for it to be kind, saying that I meant no harm. I just wanted the best for my family. I built a cot and changed all the bedding and cleaned like never before. We brought home our new son and only saw this thing one more time about 2 years later and then never again. Now I'm 46 years old typing this recollection with a new family and goosebumps running through my soul. I will never forget that night, and the image haunts me, although I'm no longer scared of anything. Now believe me or not, I don't care. I haven't added this for you to say I don't or do believe you. Posted this as I've never really spoken about it to anyone else. I saw something not known to us, and after seeing it, my girlfriend described it to me, and she woke me telling that there's someone in the house. Not that there's something in the room or anything other than, leading me to believe it was a break-in. And I want to add that we went to our local church, and if a car came to our home and said, "Don't mess about it and leave it alone. Don't communicate with it, and don't show it fear." I took over a month of begging and pleading in the church for him to come out, and he was scared of what we described, as if we had heard the same thing before, didn't want any part of it. He said it was there because of the baby, good or bad, but ignored it. He said prayers around the house and left after about 5 minutes. To me, this was useless and a waste of time. I've had more experiences since that day, different homes, different ages, and some good and some bad. Can anyone explain what just happened to us? My friend and I were out in Oregon. We had 3 strange encounters that we fear are connected. I was wondering if any of this fits with other stories or legends in the area. We were out near Tillamook, camping in the woods beside a beach. It was dusk, and we were walking down the shore. We came across a dead sea lion. Its face had been ripped off. We thought it was strange, but thought it might just be a gruesome orca kill. The body was otherwise intact, except for 3 perfectly circular wounds along its side. Crows were eating the other dead things on the beach, but nothing was touching this sea lion, not even bugs. Bright red muscle was coming out of one of the wounds, so we thought it must be fresh. My friend and I liked bones, so we wrenched a few loose vertebrae out and took it back to camp. That night, my friend felt called back to the faceless sea lion. We walked along the beach, looking at the stars, but he kept wanting to go find it. Freaked me out, so I said I wouldn't go with him. He decided not to even go. In the middle of the night from our tent, we were awoken by a truly bizarre sound. A snarl, something like a wolverine. Then a distinct squeal. It circled our tent, making one sound and then the other, over and over. We stayed still. My friend felt called to unzip the tent and look at it. He told me later, but stopped himself, wanting to make no sounds. I whispered that I had no concept of what it could be. It sounded like two animals, but moved as one. In the morning, there was no blood or feathers or fur on the ground to show an animal attacking another. We swore it sounded like one animal oscillating back and forth between snarling like a rabid dog and a squealing pig. We threw the vertebrae back in the ocean, wanting to appease whatever we might have unsettled. A little further away the next day, my friend and I snuck into a closed lava tube cave. We went late in the day. It was raining, and we saw no one else in the surrounding woods or in the cave. About a mile in, we both heard a woman laughing. It was kind of a neutral laugh. Then came a garble of human voices. It was coming from behind us. We had stopped a few times to sit in the dark, so we thought if there was someone behind us, they would have caught up to us. We were too far below to hear anything from above. We were in the cave for about an hour longer. Didn't hear or see anyone again after that. We left Oregon the next day. I'm not sure these are all related or if they mean anything, but they shook us to our core, and it felt maybe like something was following us. Any ideas would be extremely appreciated. I'm going back in my head now to when I was about 12 and I was obsessed with Animal Planet, and I will tell you that if you saw perfectly circular bite marks, whether it be on a whale or a sea lion, there's something called cookie cutter sharks. They have sort of a circular mouth and they attach and they sort of cut a perfect circle incision into whatever it is it's eating. So there's your answer. Wasn't expecting me to have it, but there you go. Ouija board experience aftermath. 4 years ago, give or take, me and two cousins played the Ouija board for the first time. We tried to play with cameras and audio recording. We asked 2 or 3 questions. No answer. No movement. But when I asked, "Do you not want to play because you're being recorded?" And it moves to yes. Creepy as it was, I suggested that, let's end the game, put all this stuff away and try again. This is when shit got really weird. I don't want to make this too long, just a summary basically of what happened and what information we learned from who we were talking to. This person was not dead. Apparently, she's still alive and communicating with us from her dimension. She said that she's from 6th, and she was 12, but in her world, it's much older than we are. The name, I can't remember it almost spelled out just random letters. My cousins fucked up by asking religious things, which, from I heard, is a no-no. Answers we were getting were starting to get strange. I decided that we should end the game. Years passed, and I've never played it since. But I recently learned that they played it a couple of times after. Long story short, one of my cousins told me recently he's been seeing a tall shadow who he describes looks like it's wearing a hoodie or a cloak. Not just him, but 2 other people who have never played have seen it. Also, he claims to hear like a goat sound near the house. But no one would be there. His girlfriend heard it as well. He said he can't sleep sometimes and feels a very, a not strong, but powerful presence. Something that's letting him know that it's watching him. He had a dog who was dying, and he was grabbing his head and praying. And all of a sudden, under the house, a bunch of frogs started making sound like crazy. If something caused them to do that, he was praying, what was it? My other cousin, to be honest, hasn't really seen anything. It's just really one of us that's seeing and experiencing shit with his family members. I used to live with him, but it's been a year. I moved out. And in the room I was staying is where one of my cousins who didn't play has seen this shadow too. I honestly just have a really crazy dream sometimes, and very frequently, but it's pretty much really it. Any questions, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to remember, and I know I couldn't explain and write every single detail. Some of it I don't really remember. Also, something to point out is we are, 100,000%. None of us made this shit up. We had our hands in a position where we can see our veins if someone's, making a force or trying to make it move. We would all know, and watching each other as this was happening, this shit felt like it was being moved by something else. Felt the fucking chills while this was happening. Not to mention, we swore on anything that we didn't do it. Anyways, that's all. Thank you for your time. I also do want to say I don't really believe that a girl or a woman we were talking to, for all we know, was something that was trying to fool us and make time to leave this game open. Oh yeah, and we lived right beside a cemetery where it was played the first time, so that's the cherry on top of all of this. Ask Reddit. So, I work in a stupidly old pub in the arse end of nowhere. It's in the UK. In summer, we get absolutely rammed, and it wasn't uncommon, as the head chef, for me to still be in the kitchen on my own at 2 or 3 a.m. There were plenty of staff stories about the pub being haunted, but I never paid them too much attention as it all seemed a bit wild. It didn't sound like they'd really be out of place in a low-budget horror film. Anyhow, it's about 3 a.m., and I'm the only person left in the pub. I've been for several hours, and I'm just finishing up for the night, and I've started mopping. I always mop twice at the end of the day, once with a lot of water so the dirt lifts, then once with a dry mop to get it all off the floor. So I've done my first run with the mop, and the floor is soaking wet. Whilst mopping, I have to kind of back out. That's so the pub floor is able to reach every spot. I go outside to let the hot water and chemicals do their job, and I light up a cigarette. About halfway through it, I hear a sound like one of the doors close inside the kitchen. Now, where I'm standing has a view to all entrances and exits into the kitchen, and I would definitely have seen a person walking through using a door, so I think nothing of it and assumed I was hearing something. I finish my cigarette, go back inside to dry mop, and I once again have to back out. So, none of the doors into the pub floor, and as I do so, I look down into what should be a dry wooden floor. Only it's not, because there are wet footprints there. Some are mine, but the others are from someone barefooted. I'm not ashamed to say I got out of there pretty sharpish and drove home at a speed likely to put me in prison if I was caught. I checked the CCTV footage from that time. That was the next day, and there was no movement on the cameras at all. Ask Reddit. To preface this, I'm as inclined now as I was then to not consider the following story a paranormal experience. But it was the only time I ever went through anything remotely spooky. And I'm as clueless now as I was then about the truth of that situation. So I think I don't have a choice but to regard it as paranormal. My sister and I slept in the same bedroom when we visited our childhood home in the summer some years ago. One night we woke up to what seemed to be a heavy jostling noise in our bedroom door. It became clear to us what the sound was, really, immediately. Someone was forcing the door open by roughly twisting and turning the doorknob. We looked at each other with wide eyes, alert unease quickly replacing sleep. The knob shaking had obviously been going on for a little while now. It was incessant, and no one was speaking to us through the door. Not a low voice or a whisper calling out. Nothing but the doorknob being turned forcefully again and again. "Is that Dad?" I asked my sister. When I woke, she was already up. Maybe she even shook me awake, actually. So maybe her father had called out before I woke up. But I knew that made no sense for several reasons. One being that she would have already opened the door for him. She also looked a little scared. That could only mean that she thought it was probably not him, or anyone else in the house. We had our grandma in the next room and 2 aunts across from us. They didn't sleepwalk or have any other nocturnal habits of any sort. "I don't know," she whispered. We both knew it was highly unlikely. We were teenagers then, so we were probably more ready to imagine, well, the stuff of horror movies. But even in my half-asleep state, I knew it was a legitimate fear. The person at the door forcing themselves in was not likely to be anyone that we knew at all, including her father. He worked the night shift back then, and always told us ahead of time when he'd get home or if he was likely to come home early. So that night, whether we had come home early or on time, we would have already been long in bed, so there was never a reason for him to come knocking, let alone at 2 in the morning, which is when this all went down if my memory's any good. He had definitely never done it before, and if this was the first time, why would he do it by harassing the doorknob wordlessly? "Dad?" I called out, knowing along with my sister that it could only be an intruder. No answer. Just whoever, or whatever, if you will, that was on the other side of the door, untiringly twisting the knob. I must have called out to the doorknob shaker a few times and became equal parts panicked and annoyed, because eventually I opened the door and even peered into the pitch-black hallway. My sister freaked out a little at this. You can probably guess what I saw. Yep, nothing. No one was there. It's true I could see literally nothing in the dark, but the doorknob was still being manhandled up until I opened the door. So they couldn't have gone anywhere in that instant without me detecting them, right? I even called out to my dad as soon as I saw there was no one, my fear partly shifting to confusion. His room was right next to ours, but I didn't hear any footsteps near it nor his door closing and opening. "I don't think it's Dad," I said to my sister. Soon my eyes adjusted enough for me to make out a dark corridor. There really was nobody, and the doorknob was silent again. That is, until I went back into our room. Can you believe it? Since we all agree by now that it wasn't a person or anyone I could account for. Didn't even wait for us to settle back into bed, the doorknob thrashing restarted a moment after I closed and relocked the door behind me. By the way, another reason it could have been our dad, since he started to go to the office at night, he especially instructed us to keep our door locked after we got into bed. So it was a strange occurrence for us to go, think of that. If it was an emergency, they would have banged on the door and yelled for us to wake up, whether it was Dad or an aunt or a grandma. When I pondered over again, shoved that doorknob as the most irrefutable thing to me, along with the voiceless urgency of it. We never heard knocking or banging on the door itself, just the insistent, frantic shaking to unlock the knob. Anyway, to keep it longer than it already is, my sister and I lay in bed awake, terrified for the rest of the knob jerking. Really, the whole door itself lasted for 2 more hours at least. I remember drifting back to sleep at about 4. I also particularly remember sweating from the stress of just laying there having to listen and imagine what it could be. It was pretty awful. few times we thought the door would break down, the frenzy would grow more desperate and reach a violent peak so that I had to visualize what I'd do in case the intruder would be successful. They even actually stopped sometimes, and we'd think it was over, until they would begin again, over and over for hours. I could almost make myself believe I was having a dream. Fear gripped me in a mix of bewilderment and anxiety. I couldn't even offer any consolation to my equally horrified sister. But like I said, I think it died down and eventually stopped without us having to wait for daybreak. The next day we talked about it with wonder, dread, and disbelief. I acknowledged that it was very real. We asked our father. He told us that he did come home the night before, but that he hadn't knocked on her door or dropped by her room. So late already, there was no reason to. I don't think we told him why we were asking. Nothing was amiss that night apparently, no thieves or night robbers, no broken locks on the front gate. We didn't believe in the supernatural, and still don't. But until now, both of us can only conclude that it was something, well, unexplainable. Ask Reddit. My first memory is a dream of being in a house, and my mom teaching me how to read, cook, and all the basics of life. I woke up talking and was very excited, around 2.5 years old. Apparently, I was kind of a mute before that. No one in my family could believe it. In the dream, I kept asking myself questions, like, how do I know how to speak English? How do I know it's called English? How do I know this is my mom? How do I know the word for mom? Etc. We moved to that house 2 years later, and I tugged on my mom's dress, told her it was the house from the dream that I was talking about. I'm in my 30s, and she still remembers me doing that and talking about that dream before we moved there, including the entire layout of the house that I described for my dream, and it was 100% accurate. I had premonitions and horrible night terrors in that house the entire time we lived there. I could barely go up and down the stairs at that age by myself. I wasn't tall enough to turn the light switch on or off. My mom would come downstairs with me to sleep crying in the pantry still with all the lights on. Ask Reddit. I was camping in the 80s on Bluff Mountain between the Blue Ridge Parkway and the Punch Bowl Shelter. This area is part of the Appalachian Trail. Basically, you can camp anywhere off the dirt roads or trails. We were camped about halfway up Bluff Mountain for a week. Second to last day, we decided to do the day hike up to the top of Bluff Mountain, taking our time to explore on the way up. When we got to the top, we saw the old fire tower foundations. Did some exploring and found the Oddie Klein Powell Memorial. You can Google his name to read about him. Remember, this is in the late 80s, no internet, so it was basically us stumbling around and finding this powerful memorial where a child had died 100 years before. It was profound. We stayed for a bit and reflected on the story and talked about it, then hiked back down the mountain to our camp. That night at our camp, we slept outside our tents, because the weather was beautiful and it was also our last night. The three of us slept in our sleeping bags lined up next to the fire, a few feet in between each of us. So we dozed off to sleep. Every night, like clockwork, at around 3 a.m., we could hear a train whistle way off in the distance. It was kind of cool, because if you happen to be awake, those of you who have roughed it understand that sleeping in tents or sleeping bags isn't the most restful of sleep. You knew that the sun would be up in a few hours, and you had a sense for what time it was. stirring in my sleeping bag right after I heard the train whistle when I heard something coming. When you camp in places like this, you can hear the slightest sounds at night because there's nothing but animal movement or bugs. I reached over and smacked my buddy on the leg to alert him something was coming. Keep in mind, it's pitch black in the forest in the middle of the night. Our fire was nothing but a few small embers, so the light it provided was minimal. I wake my buddy up as the noise is really loud and heading right at us. The noise stops, and standing directly in front of us, in our camp in the middle of the night, were two men with shotguns and a lantern. They were dressed in overalls and wearing boots and hats. Shotguns were lowered, but still, they had shotguns on us in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night. I had the only weapon that we brought with us, so my sleeping bag was a CO2-powered pellet gun, which would have had little effect on two guys with shotguns. We brought it to keep animals away. All three of us were shitting bricks, scared out of our minds at this point, and it was like a standoff. Who's going to flinch first? They shined their lantern at us. We stared at them, waiting for those guns to be raised, which was silently understood by us. That happens, all hell's gonna break loose. Probably not gonna end well for us. Without a word spoken by us or them, they turned around and walked off. None of us spoke to each other until the noise of their movement was far away. We immediately got up off the ground, had a brief what the fuck just happened conversation, and made the decision right there in the middle of the night to pack up and hike down to our car. We were off that mountain before sunrise. Years later, I began researching the story behind the memorial and the child that had died on that mountain. Spoke with a few local historians. They had me speak to a professor down that way that was writing a book about the events of Halikan Powell and his family's history in the area. It was he that told me he thinks that we had a direct encounter with the ghosts of that mountain. An idea that had never crossed my mind. I assumed that they were moonshiners or poachers who checked us out, saw we were young men and no threat, so they moved on. This professor believes we had a ghost encounter because in his research he had many similar stories from others in the area over the years. Apparently, as the story goes, search parties worked those mountains day and night looking for this kid who was missing back in 1887 or 88. The professor believes that we had one of these encounters with the ghosts of the mountain still looking for the boy. Ask Reddit. I lived in a haunted house for a year. At this time, it was just me and my three sisters, aged 13, 5, and 2. I was 10. My older sister and I were home from school with a stomach bug. My mom had to go get my 5-year-old sister from school and asked us to watch her youngest. We were sitting in the living room. She was eating some snacks and had a sippy cup of water. The top of the cup must have not been screwed on tight enough because when she knocked it over, water spilled everywhere. My older sister went to the kitchen to get some napkins to clean it up. When she came back, she handed me some of the napkins and we both started cleaning. We were on our hands and knees wiping up the water when we started to hear banging coming from the second floor. We both paused, looked at each other, said nothing, but we both had that look of, "You heard that too, right?" We stayed silent and kept cleaning. Then again, another bang. At this point, we stand up and are still silent, just staring at the ceiling. Then came the giggles. We heard little kids upstairs laughing. Then the laughing turned to singing. Sounded like a children's choir singing. My sister scooped up the baby and we ran outside. It was a clear day out that day, but I remember once we got inside, it started to rain. We had no choice but to go back inside. We stayed on the front porch until my mom got home. We saw things in that house that I still have nightmares about 20 years later. But for some reason, that giggling and singing bothers me the most. Ask Reddit. This was actually fairly recently. I was home alone, house sitting. Family was on vacation. I'd had the music turned up. It was exceedingly loud. Bass was shaking the windows. I sort of get paranoid while I'm on my own in large houses. My dad's house isn't mansion-sized by any means, but it is rather sprawled out, and it had more than enough space, even when he's here with whatever guests and extended family. So what I usually do is lock up completely, and then I barricade all the windows and non-essential routes through the house. Strategic furniture fort. Bedroom toilet, toilet kitchen, toilet laundry room. This is in the event that I need to leave the house. I go out my second-story window. Anyway, so the bass is thumping away, and I've come off some long gaming streak. I'm sort of zombie-moded and sleep-deprived. I start to hear this offbeat thumping downstairs. Irregular, heavy footsteps moving rapidly. What the shit? I slowly lower the volume so as to not give away that whoever's on the second floor totally just got spooked by whoever's on the first floor. Yep, it's not really noticeable now. It's also like 1 a.m. and it's dark out. I'm totally getting scared now. And then suddenly, the noise stops. Oh man, what do? What if they're like right outside my room right now and I can't hear them because the music's too loud? So I immediately mute it and freeze. Dead silence for about 5 minutes. I pull out my bat, shove my taser in my pocket, and head downstairs. Everything's still barricaded off. Just as I'm coming out of the kitchen, something dark flashes across my peripheral vision, but soundless. I turn the corner and peer into the living room. It's mostly dark. It's 1 a.m. The only light is coming from the hall light behind me and the fluorescent array in the kitchen. And then, all of a sudden, there's this loud-ass scrambling noise, like kids stomped running down a hallway, but right in front of me. Something pure black, like a moving shadow, which by all rights should be totally weightless, about the size of a fat raccoon. It shot underneath the couch, behind one of the armchairs. It's this fat, wooden leather armchair right in the darkest corner. Can't see anything back there. Even in daylight, there's usually poor visibility. And then the curtains rustled. Perhaps they meant curtains. The radiators under them creaked, like under stress of some phantom weight, and there was this distinct curtain sound, like they were being yanked on by something behind them. The front curtains are on these metal rail things. At this point, I'm completely scared shitless. I shift my bout in front of me and flip on the living room lights. As soon as I do, something fucking shoots out from behind the curtains before it can react, runs up the wall, and goes through the opening screen outside. 1. The screen window was shut tight. There's a removable screen in the front window which cranks open. It has a solid lock and, clutch system. You physically need to remove the screen entirely in order to open the window. The window and screen were both shut tightly. No signs of any disturbance on the ground. No animal or human footprints, residues, or tears in the curtains, scratches on the walls or furniture left behind. And 3, very audible noise. Ask Reddit. I was working as an LDS missionary in Idaho. My companion and I were late to our last appointment of the night. We were hauling ass on our bikes to get there as soon as possible. We had to slow down for a moment to wait for a bit of traffic. And while we were briefly waiting, this guy on the sidewalk, it looked like he was out on a jog, and he makes a comment about the nice weather outside. I noticed he was wearing all Nike apparel, which seemed funny because most people in that area didn't really wear higher-end name-brand athletic gear. But this guy was decked out in Nike stuff. I smiled, agreed, and said have a nice night. Then we sped off. Our appointment was about 1.5 miles from where we slowed down. We made it there in like 2 minutes. We pull up to the house, lean our bikes against the front steps, and right as we're about to knock, a guy behind us asks what we're doing. We turn around, and it's the jogger from a couple minutes ago. I was certain because of all the Nike gear. We explain that we're there to teach some people about Jesus. He makes some joke about being the devil. It was weird. Can't remember exactly what the joke was, but it was weird. Then he asked where we lived. We just said that we lived north side of town. He asks if we lived here, meaning the place that we just showed up at. No. We just said we live on the north side. This is the far south side of town. We tell him to have a good night, and he leaves. We didn't notice anything strange until, well, after we got home. My companion pointed out that we were riding our bikes as fast as possible and got to our apartment within 2 minutes of seeing that runner dude. He managed to get to the same spot on foot, just as fast. How? That would make him faster than anyone on Earth? We weren't followed by a car, and he didn't get out of one. No shortcuts to this place because it was a straight shot down the main road of town. Then I realized that when he showed up at our apartment house, he was in a totally normal state, like not out of breath. If he had just somehow managed to run 1.5 miles in 2 minutes, he'd be sucking wind. But nope, totally fine. The last strange thing was that the ground was covered in dry, crunchy leaves due to it being fall. Wherever you walked, you crunched. My companion pointed out that we didn't hear him approach. We didn't hear him leave as we turned our backs to knock on the door. We didn't know what to make of it. It all felt sketchy as hell, though. Ask Reddit. Growing up, I lived in 2 houses. I'll call the first house, the one which I lived in for all of elementary school and some of middle school, House A. I'll call the second house where my family lived in the rest of my middle school years, all of my high school years, and all of my college years, House B. Interestingly, House B was less than a mile away from House A. It's on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, but in retrospect, I loved living there. It was quiet, it was secluded, and there were 40 acres of woods and swamp to explore. My understanding is that House B was my dad's dream house growing up. I always attributed our decision to move there to my dad's love of the place. When the woman who owned House B died, her family wanted to make sure the house went to somebody local who would appreciate it. Enter my dad. Over the years, though, I started to wonder whether my parents had other reasons for moving out of House A. I'm not going to lie, the place was a little bit creepy. I'm not going to say it's haunted because I've never seen anything in real life that's made me believe in hauntings. Also, nobody ever died in House A, to our knowledge. But I'm certainly not going to say that House A wasn't haunted. There were a handful of weird things that happened to other members of my family in House A. Before I was born, my mom and dad, sleeping in the bedroom that eventually became mine, woke up one morning and happened to look into the closet. As they watched, a dollar bill drifted down from the ceiling and floated gently to the floor. Once while I was at school, my mom was hanging laundry on a clothesline in the yard while watching my sister. She got the strangest feeling that somebody was looking at her. So, she looked up at the window of the second floor of the house, which overlooked the yard. And although she didn't see anything, she could swear that something was looking at her from that specific window. As an aside from the rest of the story, my little sister was always creepy in her younger years. She once pointed at the corner of the living room and asked, "Who is that old lady?" There was no old lady, at least none that we could see. When I was in elementary school, my family was sitting around eating dinner. My sister, out of nowhere, said, "Vic Pez will die at the age of 10. With Mom." My dad and I paid no attention to this, but this really stuck with my mom. She spent the entirety of my 10th year freaking out that something was going to happen that would kill us both. In particular, she worried whenever she drove me to and from school activities. She was such a bad driver that she was going to get us both killed. There was actually one time when we were driving during a bad winter storm that she was convinced that we were going to bite it. But obviously we didn't, because I'm here to tell the story today. In the end, our little creepy prophetess of doom turned out to be incorrect. Most of the weird things happened to me, though, and I'll start with the dreams. I had one dream where my cousins came to visit. They left at the end of the day as the sun was setting. As we stood in the yard waving goodbye, I started floating upwards uncontrollably. Then the dream ended. I had a similar dream in which my parent and their friends were sitting around the kitchen, having some beers and catching up. I went into my bedroom where I saw a villain from a kid's TV show floating in the corner of my room up toward the ceiling. I started floating up toward her. Now, I'm not saying it was aliens, I'm just saying it was weird. Dreams don't mean much, though. They're just dreams. Nothing concrete there, and nothing outside of experience of one boring little kid. There was one time, though, when I woke up, not in my room. I was standing in front of the door of my house, with only the screen door separating me from the front porch. Don't know how I got there. It was weird. Went back to bed and thought nothing of it. A year or so later, my dad was remodeling the hallway that connected my bedroom, my sister's bedroom, the living room, and the stairs up to the second floor of the house. He left his equipment in the hallway for the night. That night, I walked out of my bedroom while my mom was watching TV in the living room. "What are you doing, Vic Pez?" I didn't answer. She asked again, and when I was silent, she figured I was sleepwalking. Then I fell down, right next to my dad's. He saw it, and luckily I got back up and fell again. At this point, my mom hurried over and guided me back to bed. I have to say that upstairs of that house has always weirded me out. I was up there a lot. It's where we kept my Sega Genesis and my PlayStation, and in the last year or so of living there, a computer. But something about that floor gave me the creeps. You know that tingling feeling on the back of your neck when you get like someone's watching you? If I was ever up there after dark, I got that feeling. Weirder, though, was the feeling I got, like regardless of what time of day it was when I was going down the stairs. There was this brief chill and a certainty that there was something behind me that wanted to push me. Took those stairs at a dead run whenever I got that feeling. By that time, though, I was old enough to know just how childish all this sounded, and kept it all firmly to myself. At the beginning of 7th grade, my family moved into House B, and the creepiness stopped. At least, it stopped for me. Years passed, and I came home from college one summer. This was the year before my parents got divorced. When my family was still living in House B, by the way. My mom, my grandma, my sister, and myself were standing around the kitchen trading stories. Eventually, the topic of conversation turned spooky, and eventually the topic of conversation turned to House A. This is how I eventually learned the stories I related above, at least the ones that didn't happen to me. Since we were all being creepy, I decided to tell my mother just how creepy the upstairs used to make me feel. She seemed surprised, but agreed that it was not a pleasant place. "Sometimes," she said, "when I was going down the stairs," and I interrupted her before she could finish, "you felt like someone was going to push you." Neither of us had ever shared that story before. Ask Reddit. My grandparents had a porcelain doll in the basement. I would wander down there as a child to play with my building blocks. I noticed it, but paid no mind. It was just a doll, right? Nope. One time the eyes rolled back and I shat myself in fear, ran back up, didn't tell anyone because who'd believe me? Years went by. The doll never was moved from the chair. It just sat and sat. Until the day my grandfather sold the house. I was about 13. My parents and I helped with cleaning out the house. I went downstairs to double check that everything had been moved out, and the chair was there covered in dust and cobwebs, but no doll. I asked if anybody had moved it, and they replied that they hadn't. I went to the adjoining room. I was sitting on the workbench, the damn doll. Except this time it wasn't normal. It was facing the back wall, and as I moved toward it, the fucking head twitched, like a person had turned it. I went around, picked it up, ready to hurl it against the wall. Mind you, I was 13. I was scared shitless. Anyway, I picked it up, and it felt warm, like it was an actual body. I dropped it, ran, told my mother that there was a haunted doll downstairs, and what'd she do? She'd throw it away? Nope. It's sitting in her goddamn living room. I'm 24 and I refuse to set foot in that room to this day. Ask Reddit. I used to work at a restaurant that had a garage door. Basically, it's a wall of windows that can be lifted up like a garage door to create a false patio. It was a pretty solid thing, and it rattles fiercely when you open or close it. It looks out into the street, which was usually quite busy. That night I was finishing up closing duties, maybe 11 o'clock or so. Dishwasher and cooks are long gone. It's dark outside, so all I can see across the street are the lights from the opposing building, a restaurant too. Finish everything up, head back into the back room, and start shutting off all the lights. As I sign out and gather my stuff, I hear a rattling sound, like a fist knocking on the window, almost as if they were shaking the garage door. I poked my head out from the back room to look, expecting to see some drunk customer hoping for a late-night meal. But the second I look, the rattling stops. Nothing there. Weird. Must be the wind. Maybe a truck passing by and shaking the garage door. I turn back and grab my keys. Rattling fills the dining room once again. I turn on one of the main lights and step out, ready to tell whoever it is that we're closed. But once again, the rattling stops, and nobody's there. All I see are the lights across the street, and my own annoyed expression reflected back at me. No trucks or cars, no people or wind. I return to the back room to grab my stuff, turn off the light again, and get ready to get the hell out of there. And you guessed it, the rattling starts again. This time I say out loud, "I'm not doing this tonight, I'm tired. Just let me lock up and leave." It stops. I walk out of the back room, set the alarm, open the back door that leads out into a dark parking lot at the back of the building. When I turn back to lock the door, I see a figure standing at the garage door. Needless to say, I got out of there as fast as I could. I know it was likely someone having a smoke. I know the rattling was probably just the wind, though I'd never heard it make that noise before, and never heard it again after it. And I know that the rattling stopping and starting like that was probably just an eerie coincidence. Sometimes I remember that the restaurant backed onto the city hall where an old jail sits just underground. Sometimes I remember how old that district is, and exactly what might have lived in these buildings before we moved in. And I'm glad I quit that job when I did. Ask Reddit. 1991 New Zealand. At 15 years old, I just got off a 2-week grounding. My mom reluctantly let me go out to school night to watch a movie at a friend's house. The movie was due to finish at 9 p.m., and I was expected home for 9:30 p.m. The walk home is through suburbia, and usually would take no more than 10 minutes. My mom made it quite clear that if I wasn't back by 9:30, I'd be grounded for another week. We watched the movie, I immediately got up, said goodbye to my friend's parents, and left, noting that it was just after 9 p.m. I got about halfway home and a large German Shepherd-style dog appeared in front of me, snarling, drooling, and blocking my path. I went across the road, and there was just in front of me again, stationary but still growling. I zigzagged up and down the road, and it would appear and then disappear from sight. I then decided to sprint home. It followed me for a while, not running or barking, just walking and growling. I was a fat kid, so I was completely out of breath when I got in front of the door. I knocked, and I could hear the TV on, and my mother let me in with a real mean look on her eye, chastising me for being late. And that was another week's grounding, and how her and my dad had been going mad with worry. I exclaimed, "Late? Can't be more than 9:20 p.m. I left my friend's house and gone at 9 p.m. Bring her parents, they'll tell you." My mother scoffed and said she'd rang my friend's parents and they confirmed I'd left at about 9. So what in God's name had I been doing for the last 2 hours? It was 11 p.m. I told my mom the story of the dog, and she must have been able to see in my eyes that it wasn't bullshit. We checked every clock in the house. My mom even rang the speaking clock. It was 11 p.m. We rang my friend's parents to tell them I was okay. Her parents even told my mom that I was anxious to leave at 9 p.m. as I didn't want to be grounded again. 30 years later, I still can't explain what happened that night. I'd been followed by a hound from hell, and in the process lost 2 hours of my life. Ask Reddit. There's something that I've never been able to rationalize. For months after my dad died, we were getting landline calls where no one would answer on the other end. This was in 2002. So, while robocallers were a thing, it definitely wasn't as prevalent as it is today. But we did assume they were probably wrong numbers or something. We didn't have any phones that displayed caller ID at the time. Well, one time after getting yet another call with only silence on the other end, I jokingly said, "Dad, if that's you, call my cell phone." I want to preface this by saying I rarely ever got calls on my cell phone, and never spam calls in those days. I was 18 with an unlisted number that only my family and a few friends had. Just a few minutes later, my phone rang with a number I'd never seen before. With what I'd just said fresh in my mind, kind of freaked out and didn't answer. I was on my way out to go somewhere with my mom, so when we got in the car, I told her what happened. We made the decision to call the number back. It never rang, but there was activity on the other end, muffled static and the sound of numbers being dialed slowly. It was the weirdest thing. Both my mom and I said hello, but no one ever answered. Has anyone ever had something like that happen to them when dialing a number? Never had it happen before or since. Ask Reddit. We got my grandma an alarm system after some criminal activity. Teenagers broke into her home, and before that, someone was living in her basement without her knowledge. This thing had a camera on the exterior doors and motion sensors to take pictures of whoever came to the house. Awesome. We were convinced she would be fine. I got a call from her when her phone went off at work saying that motion was detected in the home. Weird, I thought. She lives alone. She assumed somebody broke into her house. I'm concerned because the alarm system itself didn't go off, so this person must have been in the house when she set the alarm. Imagine her surprise when she sees her deceased brother-in-law rooting around in the fridge. He had a low spot after his daughter died and his wife left him. One morning he took a gun out, went to the lake, killed himself. Apparently he used to come over to my grandma's house every weekend and help her ex-husband with the basement remodel. He used to always dig in that fridge for snacks. I have the picture on my phone still. It's a wild thing to see regardless of the answer. A ghost or an intruder who's hiding in the basement. Ask Reddit. I'm a psychiatrist, and during my training years, I worked for 6 months at a ward treating patients with depressive and anxiety disorders. It was an old building who had been housing psychiatric patients since the mid-1920s. On our floor, we have 13 beds and a nursing station, a living room, and a few conference rooms. One day, a few weeks in, I'm interviewing a patient who, when asked about sleeping patterns, tells me that she's been hearing a baby crying at night. This would wake her up. There are no babies in that hospital as the place is situated far away from housing areas, and there are restricted visiting hours. Afterwards, the nurse pulls me aside and tells me that the baby crying there is not a psychotic symptom. She's very serious about this, but apparently won't elaborate. Kind of shrug it off as, either way, it doesn't change the diagnostic or the treatment, and I forget about the experience. Around 3 months in, I stay and sit in the nurse's station, and 3 nurses behind me are talking. One of them says, "She's very active today," and the other says, "Really? Oh, I hadn't noticed." I turn around and ask them who they're talking about. They look at each other, and then one of them hesitantly says, "Well, there's a baby here, and she cries sometimes." I, of course, say no, but they just kind of shrug and smiled. Not 30 seconds later, I hear it. It sounded far away, but not too far. A cry, clearly a baby's cry. It sounded like it was separated by maybe 2 or 3 walls. I'm perplexed and look at the nurses. They look at me like, "Told you so." I, of course, ask about this, but they can't say anything else but this faint baby cry is there. It's been there always. Since then, I heard it maybe 2 to 3 times a week. I told a new doctor about it, who laughed. However, a few weeks in her stay, she came to me, white as a sheet, and told me that she heard it in their coffee break. All the nurses just kind of knew about it. And being in psychiatry, hearing that kind of stuff is not really something you brag about. I was transferred and haven't heard it since. Think about it sometimes, but I don't really know what to make of it. Ask Reddit. My girlfriend had broken up with me, and I was now sleeping alone in the townhome apartment that we both had been living in. For the first time in 3 years, I was alone every night. There was someone who had been hopping fences into backyards at night, trying to get into sliding glass doors, and in general smashing stuff in the area. A month or 2 prior, there was a shooting and an attempted murder in the dead of night, right on the sidewalk in front of her door. So needless to say, being home alone at night put me on edge. No alarm system, no dog, no firearms, just me. Well, one night I wake up in the dark, only pale moonlight coming through my window in the darkness of the upstairs hallway and stairwell outside my door, and I hear, "Dreg, come here," from my doorway. Then the sounds of dozens of loud whispers. I try to move, to turn and face it, to defend myself, but my body won't move an inch. I try to shout or scream, to be threatening. My voice won't come. I'm trapped inside my body, aware of something at my bedroom doorway, and can't physically do anything. I try to struggle and scream in silence some more, till finally the paralysis just breaks, and I can slowly move and begin to murmur and moan, still having difficulty making sounds. But I finally can face my doorway and find no one and nothing there. Turns out this was my worst bout of sleep paralysis to date. I'm fine. I'm safe. But I close and lock my bedroom door, then sleep with all the lights on. Rest of the night. It fucking sucked so bad being a prisoner in my body like that, not even being able to utter a panicked moan, while I can hear and feel something or someone coming for me. Greetings. This is Paranormal M, where mysteries come to life. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay in the loop. Get ready to question the reality you thought that you knew. My friend confirmed all of my experiences. So just some background. I'm a 19-year-old female, and I fully believe in ghosts and the paranormal. Oftentimes, I find myself going down rabbit holes where I read stories and watch videos about ghosts and cryptids. Of course, I also get hallucinations quite often. Stuff like people calling my name, seeing people standing in the corner of rooms, hearing echoes of my voice. Just stuff like that. From what I've gathered, it's genetic. Since some of the women, specifically my genetic line like my mom, my grandmother, and my aunt, they've always said that we were more sensitive to spirits. And due to this, we often do cleansing rituals. I do believe that they do something, but I'm never 100% sure. Since it's dead-ass just easier to believe it's hallucinations than it is to believe I'm haunted or something. At least, that way it's just affecting me. Anyways, with that all out of the way, I can actually talk about my most recent experiences. This happened a few days ago, in the days leading up to Halloween. I had the house to myself, since my family went on a camping trip, and I wanted to stay home to watch the dogs. Once my family left, my friends came over and we were all hanging out, getting ready to go see the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Once we all got back, we decided to turn in for the night. Fast forward a day later, and everyone except one of my friends had to go home, since they had work and classes. For this story, we'll call them Finch. Finch and I were hanging out real late at night, just playing video games, reading, and chatting. Eventually it hit 2 a.m., and we heard this bang downstairs. As usual, I ignored it. I chalked it up to another hallucination. But then they asked, "You heard that too, right?" Freaked me out, since my first thought was, fuck, someone broke in. But then I realized the dogs weren't barking, not even the yappy-ass dog. After working up the courage, I went downstairs, found all the drawers in the living room open. They were all closed before we went upstairs. Even stranger, nothing else was out of place. Doors and windows were locked, alarm was set, stove was off, just as we left it when we retired to my room a few hours earlier. With no evidence to truly worry about, we just closed the drawers and went upstairs. We just hung out until I eventually fell asleep. About an hour later, Finch woke me up, asking if my house was haunted. I asked why. They said that they heard someone repeating what they said in our conversation prior to me falling asleep. And on top of that, they heard footsteps. I said, it's probably just my cat John. He's a big boy. He can sound like a person sometimes. But they pointed out that he'd been sleeping on my chair since we came into the room. We didn't really do anything about it. Chalked it up to, well, that's weird. Eventually, Finch fell asleep with me, and we slept without much interruption. The next morning, we got up and chilled some more. Eventually, they fall back asleep, and I figured now was a good time as any to clean up the house before my family gets back. As I'm cleaning, I decide to make breakfast for us, so I go upstairs and ask if they want any. When I come in, they're fast asleep. It takes me a while to wake them up, too. When I ask, they say no and go back to sleep, passing out almost immediately. I go back downstairs and make a fried egg over rice. Then I heard noises again, like someone was walking around upstairs. Once again, I figured it was John, but then I realized he'd been sitting at the counter this entire time. Then I reasoned it was Finch, but they were fast asleep. Whatever it was none of my business, so I just got back to the food. Once it was done, I made too much and brought some up for them as well. When I came in, they were still asleep, so now I knew for sure it couldn't have been them. Even if they got up to use the bathroom, the footsteps went on far too long, and it even went into my mother's room, which no guests are allowed in. Finch is extremely respectful of this, so I know damn well they aren't in there. While we're eating, they mentioned that they were having a very strange dream. A little boy about 12 with strawberry blonde hair, a long face, and a cheery disposition came in with my mom to look around my room. They said even though the little boy was bubbly, something felt off about him specifically. Normally, I just call this a weird dream and move on, but I was supposed to have a younger brother. Due to complications I won't be going into, he's no longer with us. I never knew what he would look like, nor how old he was, but my mom says he stays to watch over us. Usually when that kind of stuff just happens to me, which is kind of super often, I just call it a hallucination and I move on. But this is Finch. Finch doesn't have a family history of hallucinations or paranormal experiences. They didn't even believe in the supernatural until very recently. The fact these all happened very closely to one another with another witness is just strange. Now that I'm typing this all out, it sounds like many of the ghost stories I've heard. I pretty much just wanted to type this out just to get it out there. Any thoughts on it are welcome. My friend who didn't believe in ghosts until recently, and I, who commonly has hallucinations, although now I'm wondering if they're all hallucinations, had some weird experiences when we were home alone. Opened drawers that were for sure closed with no one to open them. They heard someone repeating that they had said, earlier voices and lots of footsteps with no source and weird dreams. But I'm just recapping the previous thing that happened. I teleported. I can't quite remember how old I was. Maybe 5-ish. I have this super vivid memory, and I can't quite make sense of it. My mom just brought it up tonight, and it was crazy hearing it from her perspective. One night when I was 5 or so, we had some family friends over with their kids. We had an underground room under the house. It was like a basement and a spare bedroom area. All of us kids loved playing in the quote-unquote downstairs room. That night we built a fort with some mattresses and blankets. The family friends went home later that night, and I remember my mom tucking me into bed. We had a whole goodnight routine for all of my teddies, and so they wouldn't feel left out. I fell asleep in my bed. I woke up later in the night because I felt cold. I was in the blanket fort in the downstairs room. I bolted awake. I was so scared of the dark and I was so confused as to how I got there. The downstairs room had a bit of an eerie vibe on a good day, and this night it was so dark and cold. It felt like I was being watched and closed in on, like the same panic you get when you run up the stairs real quick at night. I bolted out of the downstairs room up to the ground level, where the backyard was, and then up the back stairs to the back door. I was sobbing and screaming and pounding at that back door. I woke my whole house up, parents and sister. So my parents rushed to the door to unlock it. They double-checked the door and windows, and everything was closed and locked. Everything locks from the inside. My mom brought it up tonight. We've talked about it before a bit in the past, but I asked her what she remembered. She put my sister and I into bed, and she said that she woke up to me banging on the back door and screaming. My parents got me inside, tucked me in again after a lot of comfort and snuggles. Mom said that she was sure that she tucked me into bed and that she had no idea how or why I got outside when the whole house was locked. Also, I'd never do that as a 5-year-old. The house we were living in at the time had a bit of a spiritual presence, you could say. Real weird, unexplainable things that have happened, but nothing scary or malicious. Just making themselves known, or perhaps residual hauntings. It's only happened once or so each time, but we had unexplainable and very clear footsteps and knocking and full-body apparitions and other weird things happen. I did sleepwalk a bit as a child. Maybe that's an explanation. But also, how did I get out of the house when all the doors and windows were locked? And only can lock from the inside, mind you. There's no way I had the cognitive ability to lock up after myself and have a key and the windows locked from the inside at 5. For my own sanity, I've been trying to make sense of this, because of the alternative being like a real kick in the pants. I'm thinking more of a paranormal experience, which is also... So, my question for you is, what the fuck happened? How could I have gotten out of the house and ended up in the mattress fort that we built in the downstairs room? Ask Reddit. I live in Vermont, pretty close to the Canadian border. My family owns a good chunk of mountain behind our house. I've always loved hiking up our mountain and camping out. But after several instances of being far too close for comfort with coyotes and bears at night, I decided to build a small shack for camping in. I built it in my freshman year of high school, and it certainly was nothing to write home about. It was basically a log cabin made from only moose maple, which is sick to kind of build with, and completely encased in roofing to prevent rain from blowing through the cracks between the logs. That's the backstory. The camp became pretty popular as a spot for my friends and I to hang out and shoot guns and blow stuff up, because it was like 10 miles away from any significant settlement. While it was certainly liberating being in the middle of nowhere, we all knew it was just us to get to safety if anybody of us got injured up there. So I'll start with the story. I asked one of my close friends to go on a campout on Friday night after school. We'd been friends since middle school, so he had been up there multiple times before. After hiking up and roasting some hot dogs on a fire while listening to some chill music, it was dark. Whenever it gets dark on these campouts, you can always hear wildlife, I thought. You'd hear it running around the woods surrounding the fire. I always thought it was creepy, but after a long time with no bad encounters with wildlife, I felt pretty okay with the situation every night I was up there. And it more or less just became a neat occurrence while camping out. I always was armed with some sort of gun going up there for protection, so I never felt that scared. Anyways, after having our fill, we decided to go into the camp and get some sleep. In the camp, which is a 10 by 12 foot space, there was one homemade bunk bed, some floor space and a countertop and a small wood-cook stove. I took top bunk, and my friend took bottom. We both fell asleep pretty quickly, but awoke simultaneously at what I would guess to be around 1 a.m. to the sound of a church choir right outside the camp. It sounded like 30 or 40 people singing, and it was resonating inside my head. I could distinctly make out some Latin words, but I could never piece together what was being said. I turned down to my friend and asked if his phone was on. He said it was dead. The creepiest part about this is, well, after reflecting on it, was that we were perfectly calm. If anything, it was super soothing, and eventually we both fell asleep. In the morning, we just both checked around the camp and, well, we didn't see any sign of anyone, let alone 40 people. We were 10 miles away from a town. To this day, I have no clue what happened, but I commonly refer to the singing as the angels because of how angelic it sounded. I think about it all the time, but it hasn't happened to me again since. I'm just glad I have someone to corroborate the story with, or else people would just think I was insane. Ask Reddit. I went to stay with my dad for a few days at his house. His house is in Mississippi. It's an older craftsman home built in the 40s. I stayed up late one night. Late for me is like 9 p.m. I was in the living room watching TV on the recliner while my dad was slowly dozing off in his bedroom. While watching TV, a plastic chewing gum wrapper shot across the floor about 5 feet. I found that odd, so I looked to see if the fan was on. Nope. Listened to see if the central heat or the air kicked on or off. Nope. Checked to see if windows were open. Nada. Nothing to my knowledge could have explained how that wrapper seamlessly shot across the floor. During the time I'm trying to analyze what moved the wrapper, my dad's dog, who was sleeping on the ground next to me, woke up, started growling in the direction of where the wrapper stopped moving. The dog then jumped up on the recliner with me, continued growling toward that direction. I noticed he was visibly shaking from fear, which heightened my anxiety, because I was so, just wasn't like him. I had had enough, ran into my father's room to tell him what had happened. He rather calmly explained that the previous owner passed away from a heart attack in the living room, implying that it may have been his ghost. I lived in that house as a preteen and a teen for 7 years. I didn't know that tidbit of info, nor had any similar events occurred. My younger brother came home an hour or so later from visiting friends, and I explained the weird experiences to him. He was like, "Oh yeah, the house is totally haunted." Apparently he had his share, I guess you could say, of odd noises and unexplained footsteps in the house. My father renovated the house over 20 years ago and has also come across things that he can't explain. So every time I visit, I now get an uneasy feeling. Ask Reddit. I'm a big believer in the paranormal, whereas my husband thinks everything is explainable. I've heard something walking down the hallway between our bedrooms a few times. He swears he's never heard it, and that it's just the house settling. Although many friends staying over, they've been pretty thoroughly scared. One night, maybe a year or two ago, I had a horrible nightmare. And in that nightmare, I heard the footsteps in the hallway, so I sat up in bed. I saw a little boy with missing eyes screaming and gasping for air. He fell from the ceiling and was crawling toward us screaming, with his eye sockets bleeding He was mostly decomposing. I woke up completely sweating and shaking, only to have my husband jump up freaking out. He said he had a horrible nightmare. He was visibly really upset. It was the most upset I think I've seen him to this day. He never, ever has nightmares. So I told him to tell me about it, to help work through it so he could go back to sleep. And guess what? It was the exact fucking dream, down to the eyes and the screaming. I was actually so scared it took me a few minutes to say anything. I finally told him that I had the same dream, shared details. There's no way either of us could have known on our own. No scary movies, no scary stories, nothing to trigger it. Neither of us went back to sleep that night. Still freaks me out. Ask Reddit. Back in 5th grade, 2017, I was in an after-school program. I liked to draw and would look for random blank papers to draw on. One day I had finished a drawing, placed it on a table, and went home for the day. When I came back the next day, somebody told me that someone vandalized my drawing. It was scribbled all over. When I asked who did it, nobody knew who it was. I shrugged it off, but I was kind of upset. That was the first time. The second time was maybe a couple of days after. I don't exactly remember. This time I was at home, at least 8 o'clock. I was drawing fan art in a notebook I found. At least 7 to 8 pages. I was proud of how they came out. I left the notebook on the coffee table and went to sleep for the night. When I came back, all of those drawings were vandalized, scribbled, and written all over in each page. The only person I knew was my little brother, so I asked him about it. He said he didn't do it. It was believable because he never vandalized my drawings before. I wrote in the notebook, "Who are you?" I didn't touch it until the next day. When I turned the page, the mysterious person replied something along the lines of, "You know who I am." I was very confused, especially since this person didn't specify. While I would probably be freaked out, at least I knew who was ruining my work. The third time was back at the after-school program, probably a few days later. I was drawing as usual and went home a bit after. I placed the paper on a desk before I left. When I came back to the drawing, it was vandalized again, but this time with a written message. "Never talk to me again." I was honestly scared. There was nobody I knew in that program who hated me to that extent. I would know that because kids who didn't like me would make it pretty obvious. I asked who it was again. Still, nobody knew. I'd started to believe I was being haunted by a ghost or spirit. That was the last time an event like that occurred. I'm in 9th grade now, and I still have no idea who that person was. And I still think about it sometimes. Ask Reddit. When I was a child, I was staying the day with my 2 cousins while our mom was just out running errands. One cousin was my age, and we would play together, and the older one was like 18 and was babysitting us. They lived in a very old plantation home out in the middle of nowhere. They had no neighbors and owned tons of land. Their driveway was around half a mile long, so you were really alone out there at their house. Me and my younger cousin were sitting in the kitchen at the table having cereal, while my older cousin stood at the corner washing dishes. There was a window facing the driveway above the sink. We heard a woman loudly call out, "Lucy!" Older cousin's name. We also heard a honk. We assumed it was our moms, so my younger cousin and I took off running to hide from them, because we weren't done playing, and I didn't want to have to go home yet, honestly. We hid behind the couch for about 5 to 10 minutes, and no one ever came inside, so we became kind of curious. We stepped outside onto the front porch where my older cousin Lucy was. We asked where our mothers were, and she looked confused. Said no one was here. Lucy was pretty freaked, I guess, because we stayed outside together the rest of the day until our moms returned. Ask Reddit. This happened to me, my brother-in-law, and my aunt in 3 different rooms of my house. I was sleeping in my room. I woke up in the middle of the night to see a woman in a white dress with large black hair asking me, "Are you cold?" I just said yeah, thinking it was my mom or my sisters. She tucked me in and I went back to sleep. The next day I go ask everyone in the house if somebody went into my room to tuck me in. They said no, nobody went there. I tell my aunt. She told me that the same thing happened to her, except that she noticed that she didn't know the woman, and she just covered her face. In that same house, my sister heard a man's voice right next to her ear when she was going to sleep. Every day you could hear people running around the house, moving stuff. And the most scary thing that happened was that my sister was studying with a friend and my brother-in-law, and the 3 of them saw a dwarf thingy running in the backyard of my house. Finally, my mom contacted a woman. She talked to my mom first. They didn't know each other and had no way of knowing anything about us. The woman starts asking her questions, like, "What's your name? How old are you?" And then she asks my mom, "How many kids does she have?" My mom says 3. The woman says, "No, you have 4 kids. The oldest one died when you had a 3-month pregnancy." My mom was shocked. Then the woman started to describe our house. She'd never been there. Finally, she went to our house, told us that there were 3 different portals in my house. One of them in my room, which was always cold, by the way, and told us that there were 2 ghosts, a man and a woman, that they came to my house because they saw that kid, which was me. I was playing alone. They went there to play with me. She then started to kind of exorcise my house. After she was done, the burning stopped. We never heard or saw anything again. My room was also never cold. Ask Reddit. I've always lived in a haunted house or haunted dorms, and I currently have a spooky roommate in my apartment. When I was in middle school, like 7th grade I think, my mom, sister, and I moved into this old shotgun house down the street from a recycling plant and a factory. Behind the house was a swampy area with a big gravel circle and a garage. To the left and down were 2 houses from the garage was like an old barn. One day, my sister and I were walking my Doberman and our 2 pit bull puppies. We passed the old barn and saw an old man standing in the hayloft. He waved at us, so we waved back, kept walking back toward our house. A few days later, we were playing in our outdoor bunny pen with 2 of our rabbits, and we hear whistling. So we look over and see this old man standing in the hayloft. This time he had an older Doberman-looking dog with him. He waved and smiled. We waved back. A week or so goes by, and we had just been telling her mom about the old guy that she'd been, telling us about. Well, that's nice. And she brushes us off. We decided we were going to go for another walk with our dogs, see if we could talk to this old guy. We go to the barn, and it's just a pit in the floor. There was no ceiling, a floor for the hayloft. We were puzzled but kept looking around. Dumbass poor kids need to be hooligans. We saw a rope hanging from the rafters and heard someone yell, "Hey!" So we get the hell out of there. We bump into our neighbor on our way back to our house and explain everything that's happened. He looks at us and nods, then tells us that there was an older guy who lived in the house and shared the property with the barn. And one day he was fired from his job at the town's steel factory. He ended up hanging himself in the barn. We were creeped out, but we weren't scared or anything. The house we were living in was full of spooks. We were terrified of the one who lived in the bedroom. Read the unfinished, uninsulated attic. So one smiling, waving old man wasn't too scary for us. We'd still see the old man when we went for walks or played with our bunnies. He'd always wave, and we'd always wave back. Ask Reddit. The first one. I had a dream. To this day, it is tied to being the most vivid dream I've ever had. In the dream, I was walking with a group of people down into a deep cave. To my right of the wall of the cave, to my left a deep hole that was so deep you couldn't see the bottom. We're walking on a narrow path between the wall and the hole. After walking for a while, sort of lazily spiraling downward, we turned slightly to the right, as opposed to a downward leftward spiral. We see this carved statue that looked very much like an old stone carving of an ancient god, but it was huge and carved out of the wall of the cave, Mount Rushmore style. It was separating us from the carving. Well, rather what was separating us from the carving was a huge cavern. At this point I hear a voice say, "Cannot stop me." And me as a cocky little prick says, "Watch me." I jump into the cavern and fall. I land in what I would like to say is a classical depiction of hell. Maybe a Mario Bowser-like castle landscape. I'm running through some flames and find a person. I couldn't see his face, but I knew him. I grabbed his arm and he and I ran the hell out, jumped some iron gates. I wake up, I hear the voice again, open my eyes, and there's a dark shadowed figure standing over me. I can't move. Feels like someone's pushing down on my arms and legs. I can barely breathe. The figure moving slightly as if it realized I was awake and jumped backward into the corner of my room and just stands there until the sun starts coming up. This encounter is probably sleep paralysis, but the fact that the shadowy figure didn't go away after I'd fully woken up and could move, never left my bed, I was too afraid, leads me to think otherwise, sort of. Secondly, years after that first dream, 3 nights in a row I have recurring dreams. The first instance of the dream, I'm laying on the floor in the room where my brother's sleeping. He's in a bed and I'm sleeping on the floor. I'm looking down on us from above. In the dream, I see the cloaked figure that I saw after the first dream, like real life, and I described, and he draws a knife and goes to kill my brother. I wake up and stop it just before he does it. This dream happened 3 times in the same night. I have this dream again the next night, except this time in the dream and in life I'm sleeping on the floor of my friend's dorm room. In the dream I'm looking down on us before he's sleeping on the floor next to me instead of the bed like in real life. And in this dream the same figure tries to kill my friend and I stop him. This again happens 3 times in that same night. Third time I have this dream, forget where I was in real life, but in the dream I was awake, it was bright out. I was standing in the marketplace like a courtyard area, lots of stone buildings and the road was cobblestone. I see through a dense crowd that same dark cloaked figure holding a knife and chasing someone. I run after him and he disappears, but I grab someone I didn't recognize. I woke up after each of these dreams each time they occurred. 3 times each night, 3 nights in a row. When I woke up, I'd feel like I was being watched, but wouldn't ever see anything. Ask Reddit. My wife and I were living in Oregon. We found a cute little house for rent off the main roads in the sticks a little bit. It's super old and small and up on a hill. It overlooks a fair amount of land, completely surrounded by massive Oregon trees. Simply beautiful. However, the house itself was apparently built by hand, by a guy that the locals considered a hermit several decades ago. Apparently, the guy was a bit of a Nazi extremist, conspiracy-driven, World War III doomsday prep type. So much so that we found these crazy trap doors all over the house. There was a false floor in one of the closets, just big enough to fit a person or a body in. There were false cabinets in the walls in various places that were clearly intended for guns and stuff. Even down in the basement there was an escape hatch and a tunnel that you could use access to the backyard from the underground ladder. I recall when I was digging holes to make a fence in the yard for my dogs, I found a buried power cable coming from the basement running a straight line straight out into the woods. To this day, I still wish I had borrowed a cable finder from work and tracked down where it went. Coworkers used to theorize it may be an old bunker with bodies inside or something crazy. Last but not least, my landowners who bought the place from the bank said the guy died in the house, and all his money was in a fridge in the basement with chains and shit locked around it. Not to mention various cans of cash and valuables buried all over the property. Weird. I described the house and the odd things about it, just to give you a concept of how my wife and I felt about the place when sleeping there at night. Now, if you've spent most of your life living in the city, or even just a small town, you may not realize it, but there's almost always some kind of sound coming from outside, maybe via cars or sirens or trains, planes. Same goes for light from streetlights and cars and whatnot. You don't know true silence and darkness until you live in the woods of Oregon, which we found out the first night there. So here we are laying in bed in our new house. The floor creaks real loud when you walk around. The cold air coming from the basement is so alarmingly cold that you throw towels down under the basement door to help keep the warm air in. You're certain you can hear the mice in the walls fighting to get inside as the winter air starts to drive critters indoor for safety and warmth. Laying in the bed in pitch-black darkness and hearing small sounds unlike anything you've ever heard or experienced before, you question how you'll ever be able to sleep and regret that you didn't finish unpacking the truck and get that damn box fan out for noise. My wife and I would talk to each other to break the silence here and there as we try to go to sleep. This goes on for about 2 hours or so, until suddenly, out of nowhere, a skin-curdling cry starts to creep up into our ears. It starts out really low at first, and you question if it's just the ringing in your head caused by the silence. You question if you should ask your wife about it, but assume that she's likely asleep, and you're just hearing shit in your head. In reality, your wife is laying there too, thinking, what the fuck is that? Now the cry starts to get a little louder. Suddenly your brain decides to sound kind of familiar. Sounds like a baby crying. For a moment, you're in complete confusion trying to make sense of how this could be happening out in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly you have goosebumps. You start to question if all the doors are locked. You think it over and over in your head many times and decide you're certain the front door's locked, but not certain you closed the hatch to the basement and wonder why there isn't a lock on the basement door just outside your bedroom. Just as you finally start, you ask your wife if she hears it too. It jumps in volume really, really loud. Your heart leaps out of your chest, and both of you are jumping out of bed and looking at the window that faces the backyard. It's pitch black out. You can't see shit. Your dogs, herding cattle dogs, are now at the massive window in the living room barking their heads off. growling like they see something. Still can't see shit. It's just a black void out there as you look out the window in the direction of the woods. If you avoid focusing your eyes and instead try to pay attention to your peripheral vision, you can almost make out some dark shapes just at the edges of the woods about 20 feet from the back of the house. The sound, as it greatly increases in volume, sounds like a crazy mixture of a screaming baby, a didgeridoo, and a standard referee whistle all at once. Think something much like the ring wraiths in Lord of the Rings. Goes on for a few moments, getting ear-piercingly loud before dying down completely. Each time my wife and I start to attempt to gather our thoughts about what could be starting this up again. This lasted for roughly 30 minutes before it just stops entirely. We never hear it again that night. Needless to say, we got a very little amount of sleep that night. It wasn't until I told my landlord about it the next day that I figured out really what it was. Ask Reddit. I can't actually confirm this is paranormal, but due to the fact that there was only like one other option, it seemed paranormal at the time. This may seem like a mild, maybe even lame experience, but it really freaked us out. Now this one is rather short, not very fulfilling, but it's a story nonetheless. Every summer, my family and I travel back east to visit our extended family in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Often when we're there, we'll have other relatives come by and they'll hang out with us. One summer we were staying at my aunt's house, which had a basement, a main floor, and then an upstairs. Upstairs were 2 giant rooms, although only one of them had been finished at the time. My cousin had been given permission to stay over for the night, which I was pretty ecstatic about, considering me and him are really close friends. It was just us 2 upstairs, with our sleeping bags and whatnot. For the sake of this, I'm going to call my cousin Jack since I don't want to give out his real name. Jack and I were often the ones who went to bed last, whenever he spent the night. We'd always stay up together watching YouTube or TV and playing on our phones, normal stuff. We positioned our sleeping bags near an outlet and started to charge our phones. We took turns, since it was really only one outlet, and we wanted to make our 2 sleeping bags into one giant thing. It gets rather cold in Massachusetts nights, even in the summer. Well, we started to jokingly mess around with each other's phones. I believe it was his turn for the charger, so I moved myself to the other side of the quote-unquote bed, and he starts to shuffle around the blankets. He asked me where the charger was. I didn't know where. Probably had fallen out of the outlet. I recalled the outlets upstairs being loose and, well, got lost in the bed when we switched sides, maybe. We looked under the pillows, under the blankets, under everything, and no luck. We looked around the whole room without finding the charger. It was at that point that my aunt had knocked on the door, asked us to keep it down. The room is directly above the master bedroom, after all. We shrugged it off, headed downstairs and into the living room, decided to watch some TV to pass the time since neither of us felt tired. After a few episodes of a show that we'd like to binge together, we decided to go back upstairs and quietly look for the charger again. We tiptoed up the steps, into the room, but something was off. We slowly approached the bed until we finally saw it. The charger was on one of our pillows, out in the open. We were so close to freaking out. I know this sounds like a joke, but it actually gave us quite the startle. Ask Reddit. My sister once dated this guy whose parents kept this little carousel thing up at the top of a big dish cabinet. I assume it was maybe for Christmas, but it kind of fit there, so they left it. Even though it was pretty high up, if you walked by, it was triggered somehow and would go off. It was cute. Then it started to die and was moving really slow, and the music was kind of deranged. So they took the batteries out and just never replaced them. Every time you'd walk by after that, it still went off. Super slow and super deranged. Then it started going off when you were sitting on the couch way across the room in the living room, not even moving. Completely open rooms, you can see the entire dining room and the living room from the other side. This same house also had a strange basement. I've never had issues with basements, except this one. It was two-sided, as in half of it was for the laundry area, and the other half was like a sitting area. I guess that was separated by a thin wall. Every single time we'd be down there, I felt watched, and the hairs on my skin would stand up. Thought it was just me until my sister's boyfriend eventually moved down there. She said the same thing. It was not pleasant to sleep down there at night. Especially since they weren't allowed to leave the laundry light on, and there was no door to that room, so it looked like a giant black void at night. I'm not the only one who's felt watched in that house. So like I said, it feels tame compared to some people's experiences. However, it still freaks me out to this day, and I do still think about it. I also went to my dad's friend's house when I was like real young to play with their kids while the adults hung out. I remember going up to the playroom that they had set up for the girl my age. We both sat down to play with a big plastic doll house. The ones where you could move the staircase up and down, kind of like an attic ladder. Well, we were laughing, having a good old time, until her mom walked in. I turned and said something along the lines of, "Hi, Beth and I are hungry. Can we get a snack?" She looked at me like I had two heads and asked where I'd seen her, because she'd been looking for her, because it was time for her medicine, apparently. Ask Reddit. As an elementary school kid, we had the chance to do an overnight field trip on an old wooden boat museum. It was to teach us what life was like on a boat back in the 1800s by experiencing it. We would learn sea shanties and how to haul cargo by pulling rope together, with events all led by people dressed up as sailors. They taught us how to stand and get our sea legs, knees crouched slightly all the time, and we had rat stew, chicken soup, and rationed lemonade to prevent scurvy. In retrospect, one of the most badass field trips a kid could ask for. We even had night watch shifts where we split into groups and take over and watch the horizon for a while docked. Write in journal logs on parchment with quills by candlelight, and then wake up next to the group and go back to bed. When I got up from my shift at 2 a.m., we dressed for the cold and lined up outside. I had a jacket that had the straps to seal the underside and keep warm. While we were lined up, I felt an ice-cold S drawn along my back. I looked back at the classmate who was barely even awake. When I asked him, he swore he didn't do anything, and reasonably he couldn't have. There was no access to my back. I wrote about it in my watchman's log, moved on until the next day. While we were having breakfast biscuits, s'mores, they told us a ghost story about a prankster crewmate. He was a younger kid and would draw an S on the backs of sailors and run off before they could see him. The S stood for his name, although I can't remember it now. During a storm, he fell while working on the topsails and died at sea. And the workers at this museum would talk about how sometimes he would hang around and still pranks people. Well, I mentioned what happened, and the face of our host seemed pretty shocked, wide-eyed. She looked at two coworkers before moving on and changing subjects, as if they passed the tale along for entertainment but didn't really believe in it. But I do now, I guess. I don't know how else I could have felt something so cold while being wrapped up so snug. Wind wouldn't only make a line on my back. Nobody could touch my bare back. Ask Reddit. The student center in my university used to be a restaurant and a cafeteria and a food court. It had it in its basement, with 2 sets of stairs going back to the first floor. Stories said that it was haunted, but I always thought it was a joke. I liked to study down there in the evening, because the food court was closed and all the booths were empty, and it gave me a lot of space to spread out my books and notes and have some peace and quiet. The layout was like one of the stairs was next to the booth, so sitting I could just sort of see if anybody was coming or going. The other set of stairs were behind me down a hallway that had some storage closets and restrooms. There was nothing else down that hall. So I was studying one day in the empty food court and I had to go pee. So I go down the hallway into the bathroom, motion sensing lights turn on, do my business, start washing my hands. This is when I hear a soft cough inside the restroom, as if someone was trying to get my attention. Finish washing my hands and I turn and realize the stalls are all open. I'm alone in this goddamn restroom. I briskly went to my booth and started packing my bags, and before I went up the stairs, I looked around and sure enough, there was nobody there. I started making my way up the stairs and I heard the same coughing right behind me. Seeing the movies, I didn't turn around. I also never sat down there again, even after they remodeled it. Ask Reddit. When I was struggling with heroin addiction, my mom, who's fairly religious, suggested I go to church, maybe talk to somebody there about what was going on. I was pretty close to rock bottom at the time, so I thought, well, what the hell? I'll go talk to someone. I walked to the Catholic church down the street. I'm not Catholic, but it was the closest church. I walked in. This young preacher, he was wearing all black with the collar, looked about late 20s, early 30s with brown hair and brown eyes or green eyes. Walked out into the hall. Same time I walked in, really. Introduced himself as Father Mike. He looked at me and said, "You look like something's pulling you down. Do you need to talk?" I said, "Yeah." We sat in the entry hallway and talked. We talked for about 2 hours. Everything just kind of poured out of me. I felt so comfortable with him and at peace. I talked about the addiction issues and how my life was so messed up at that point that I was thinking about killing myself to stop the cycle. He looked me in the eye with these crazy green eyes. Never seen anybody with that shade of green before. He told me, "You don't have much time left. You keep using. You're on borrowed time. There's not much of that left. Get yourself into detox and get shit together. Otherwise, you won't have to worry about taking your life." I said, "Yeah, I know. Done this a bunch of times." He cut me off and said, "I know, I'm being serious. If you don't get sober this time, you won't get another chance." When he said that, I got chills. So I thanked him for his time, called my mom, and she drove me to detox. On the way to the hospital, I told my mom about Father Mike. She said she was going to go thank him for talking with me. Fast forward about 2 weeks, and my mom calls me in treatment. She says that she went to the church and asked for Father Mike. The staff said that there was nobody named Mike who worked there. There wasn't any young man with brown hair and green eyes. She asked if I was sure about Father Mike. I said I was 100%. I still remember how green his eyes were. She checked at various other churches in the area, thinking I was high, and wandered farther from the place I was staying. No one had a Father Mike, or anyone who fit his description. Mom is completely convinced that I had a run-in with my guardian angel. Wasn't so sure, but his eyes and the way he said you won't get another chance instead of you might not get another chance still gives me chills. I did go on to get sober, and I did get my life together. Ask Reddit. One night when I was 10, I was asleep in bed. I was woken up by my bedroom door opening, then someone sitting on my bed. I felt the graze on my leg and the bed sink as they sat. Thinking it was my mom having something to tell me, I opened my eyes only to see a pale, eyeless, just black empty sockets boy who seemed to be my age sitting at the foot of my bed with his legs crossed staring at me. Or, well, facing my direction since he had no eyes. He then reached his hand toward me. He was holding what looked like a little black box. I was freaked out, but as I reached to grab it, he hesitantly pulled back. I reached out further for it and I said, "Give it." As I did so, I blinked, and by the time I reopened my eyes, he was gone. The spot of the bed where he was sitting lifted back into place, but the imprint of somebody sitting there was still present. I told my mom in the morning. She was slightly freaked out, but assured me I was just dreaming. Fast forward 5 years, though. I had my girlfriend over to do homework. After homework, she took a nap while she waited for her parents to pick her up. When they arrived, I tried waking her to let her know. I nudged her. She opened her eyes so sudden, looking in the direction of the corner of the room where the wall meets the ceiling, lifting her finger and pointed. And as fast as she awoke, she fell asleep again. Well, I attempted to wake her up again. She came to full consciousness, and I asked her what the hell that was all about, and she explained what she just did. She said, "Oh, I thought I was dreaming, but up on the wall I saw a little boy with no eyes just there like Spider-Man pose staring at me." That's when I freaked out, told her the story. First time, really. What I saw, and what I guessed was the same kid. Fast forward another 5 years, still with the same girlfriend, and by this time we had a 2-year-old daughter. We were living in an old bedroom at my parents' house. My daughter would wake up at the same time every night and start talking. For a while, we thought it was a normal baby thing, till I noticed it was almost the same conversation every night. I playfully asked her one night who she was talking to each night. She responded, "Little boy. He talks to me. He's nice. He's lost. He's looking for his mommy." I told my mom what happened the next morning. Before I got to tell her what I thought, she said, "I remember when that happened to you. Then your girlfriend. No idea what that is." By then, neither my girlfriend or I have seen the little boy after our first encounter, but my daughter continued her nightly conversations until we got our own place later that year. Ask Reddit. We moved into a house, and everything was quiet the first 6 months or so. The neighbors told us that the people who lived there before had moved after their teenage son died in a motorcycle accident. Then after the first 6 months, my dad died. Not in the house, but after that, stuff started to happen. I would have friends sleep over, and one night my friend woke up because she had said that there was a young guy standing in my bathroom. I went and checked. No one or nothing was there. Over the next few years, just about any friends that stayed overnight had said that they saw a tall, blonde young guy walking around the house. We did have a few other things happen. Like a wine glass was on the counter and it broke. No one was touching it. It just shattered on the counter. Another time during the winter, we had a heater on. My room was always the warmest in the house, and it was ice cold as you walked across the bedroom to the bathroom I was connected to. The creepiest thing was when my boyfriend was sleeping on the couch in the middle of the night. He said he woke up to a young guy pushing him off to the floor. He said the guy didn't say anything, but my boyfriend at the time knew that he had to leave. He did. He wouldn't stay at my place after that. Gotten a lot of crap about the wine glass, so I'll explain in better detail. This is an edit. My mom had a huge collection of glassware. She had so many there wasn't anywhere to put it anymore, so we just set them on the counter. The wine glass had just been sitting there for a long time. No one had touched it, hadn't come out of the dishwasher or anything like that. Basically, she bought it, put it on the counter, never touched it again. When it broke, no one was near it. Only me and my mom, where they were both at least, I guess you could say, at least 10 feet away. Could it have been something like a crack in the glass? Maybe, but at the time it startled us and we thought it was weird. I was just sharing one of the many things that happened. Me and my girlfriend had an odd moment tonight, and I don't know what happened. This incident happened earlier this evening. Me and my girlfriend are still very confused on what it is that happened. You may or may not believe me. That's your choice. But please, someone explain what had happened if you can. Earlier this evening, me and my girlfriend were playing around. Not doing what you all think we were. But we were messing around and having fun. Something had come up about her face. Though I'm not entirely sure what had happened. So I'm going to just apologize in advance. I had touched her face, then she covered it with her hands. Then playfully I had said, "Let me see your face." She wouldn't remove her hand from her face, so I said it again. And this time she ducked her head into her legs. Obviously, she was still playing around and we were laughing and joking this whole time. Then when she had her head tucked and her face was buried in her hands, I had whispered into her ear, "Let me see your face." That's when things got weird. I'm not exactly sure what happened next, but I feel like I know exactly what had happened at the same time, if that makes sense. I remember my eyes closing and my brain going black, and me continuing to say, "Let me see your face, let me see your face, let me see your face, show me your face. You know you want to." Talking really fast and whispering. And this was all into her ear. I do remember for some reason really wanting to see her face before this happened. Like I said before, I barely remember this. But at the same time I do, it just didn't feel like me. Then when I'd finally come back to my senses, caught myself doing it and my girlfriend was freaking out still in the same position she was before. She was breathing really heavily and rocking back and forth. And I asked her if she was okay. She took a bit to respond, but eventually said that she was fine. She had told me after that she blacked out too. She couldn't hear me talking. Then her brain went blank. It's like she was there, but wasn't at the same time. Very similar to what I was feeling, honestly. I know it sounds like she had a panic attack, but what was really strange is that almost right after she responded to me, she was completely fine. Out of it, of course, because of the confusion, but calm. After that happened, I got really freaked because I didn't even feel like it was me talking. Felt like something else was there and I was watching. Phone ringing in cemetery. I'm in my 20s. I lost my father in a car accident at the age of 6. This month was his birthday month. I still visit his gravestone often, but this time I went together with my girlfriend at dark. I had no other options due to work. We went to replace the flowers. Right before we finish, an old telephone ringing sound goes off, like actual classic ringing of a wired old telephone. Both instantly get this disgusting, nauseous feeling of dread. Our first instinct was to get out. There's no lanterns there, so it was all flashlights. No other visitors. Important factor is that we both heard it, loud and clear. I've never suddenly felt so sick and cold as I have then. Later, when driving home, I changed my mind. Thinking it might have been him trying to contact me, we went back. Armed with a shovel, a knife, and flashlights, we went through the whole cemetery and the area where the ringing came from. Nothing. No houses, no people, nothing. Thinking I might have missed something, went to check on Google Maps, but the direction it came from had no houses close to it at all. I don't expect people here to have answers, but I sure hope that this place is like something I can share. Well, I surely hope that this is the place, meaning Reddit, is the place where I can share such an experience, as most of my relatives laugh it off as a ha 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 ha, he said thanks. My dad's accident still is a very touchy subject for me compared to my siblings, as I knew him the best, being the oldest of the three. And this event didn't help me out one bit. If someone's interested, I've had some more strange things happen in regard to my dad, but at my parents' house. Nothing since I have my own house, though. Welcome to the unexplored territories of Paranormal M. Subscribe, tap the notification bell, drop a comment, and join us on a quest for the extraordinary. Our latest mind-bending tales await. We hope you're ready for an adventure that defies explanation. Paranormal stuff all of a sudden. I'm a 20-year-old female, so to explain things, this is a real event that happened yesterday. Nothing too drastic, but still extremely weird. The reason I'm writing this is because my parents had some small paranormal stuff when someone died, like loved ones saying goodbye, but still not like this. I came home yesterday, went to my room, and relaxed, mostly browsing through social media. The only light was in my room. For context, I live in a country where theft is non-existent. Also, my parents were outside working, so they could hear anybody who would enter. So fast forward, I was laying in bed, and I see someone peeked like 3 times exactly. They were checking on me, and then the door closing. I didn't pay much attention since I thought it was my mom just checking on me in my room. Also, the hallway where the person or thing was checking on me was dark, but I'd probably see a figure if there was a person. I left my room to ask my mom why the fuck she was checking on me 3 times and not saying a word to me. I left my room, to be honest, to say that, to show her some random funny meme. So I called for her and nothing. I saw the second door to the house half open, so I figured she left the house to go outside. I go to the other door and start going outside. They're locked. I tried to rationalize it, but I couldn't, mostly because the key was left inside and you had to enter. When outside, I asked my parents why the fuck they were checking on me and locked the door. Both started to argue why the other one's lying and who was in the house. Turns out, none of them were. My brain didn't register immediately. I didn't hear any footsteps, and my dog, who usually reacts to somebody in the house, didn't. After my mom came to the house, she found a window fully open. They wouldn't open it. They claimed that it didn't because it's winter. The drawer was fully open. That all wouldn't scare me if my mom didn't tell me that today her light that she didn't turn on started flashing randomly. To be honest, kind of scared and made everything worse. Also, my parents are freaked out too and still don't know what the heck happened. Do we need a priest or a medium is in question? Might not be an exciting story, but I'm still thinking about the fact that something was looking at me I didn't really react at the moment. My prison ghost story. I worked as an officer at a prison, and although I've moved on to a new facility, I've been an officer for the past 12 years. One of the major skills I've learned is how to retain and recall details, which helps recount events that I witness. This makes report writing much easier, and is helping me recount these events here. The prison I worked at was the oldest operational in my state, and it was built in the 1870s. It was in an old style with like a brick wall that runs the prison's perimeter. The place has been updated over the years, but some areas are still operated, had little done to them since it was built. When I started, the old heads told all of us that the place was haunted, given that everybody who had died over the years. Different places were more than others, like the old unit was the segregation, or what some people might know as the hole. Had all the prison graffiti. I never gave it much thought, because I don't really experience it. It's just a cool story, but not confirmed. First experience. I worked there for 8 months when I first saw something strange. I was working overtime at night on what's called a one-on-one. This is where you have to watch a prisoner who's feeling suicidal, make sure that they don't kill themselves. It meant that I needed to stay up all night and check to make sure the prisoner was breathing every 15 minutes. I had a partner who walked by every 28 minutes, so I knew I was awake. It was about 2 a.m. I had just used my flashlight to illuminate the cell of the prisoner I was watching, confirmed that he was indeed breathing. I looked down to mark the check on my clipboard. I saw movement out of the corner of my eyes. My partner had just done his round 15 minutes prior, and all the prisoners were supposed to be locked in their cells, so there shouldn't be any movement down there. I turn, and I see someone doing a round on the housing unit, but he isn't right. This guy's wearing a blue uniform with a Breton cap, shiny black leather belt, has a baton in his hand. The problem is that these uniforms haven't been used in my department since the 1950s, and our uniforms aren't blue. They're gray and modern, whereas this one was old. I watched this guy walk down the unit for maybe 5 seconds. Then I shook my head and slapped my face to make sure I was awake. When I looked back, there wasn't anyone there. Second experience. This one happened roughly 2 years later during my normal shift. The central building of the prison I worked in is a big room called the Rotunda. It has 2 floors, but it's open so you can see the balcony up on the top levels, and anybody who's leaving the Rotunda can be seen from the opposite side, even on the balcony. The doors into the wings that branch off of the balcony all have windows, and most of the rooms directly connected have windows also. It was maybe 2100 hours. I was going to the Rotunda to complete some paperwork with a coworker of my sergeant, which is pretty common. As we were opening the open-barred gate into the Rotunda, I looked up and noticed that the administrative wing lights appeared to be dimmed through the window in the door. I commented to my coworker that we would need to report that light was out to the administration wing. It was then, as we were both looking at the window, that we observed something more in the window, and we realized that this was not a light malfunction. A shadow person was standing in front of the window. While we were watching the shadow move to its left and through a solid wall and into another room, we saw its silhouette through the window of that room. We just looked at each other and kept going. Third experience. I was about 3 years in as an officer by the point that this one happened. I was working the 3rd shift in the control center, which is where we use the cameras and security measures. Also, there are several rifle posts around the prison perimeter that are used to ensure the security of the prison, but we only ever use 3 of them during the operational hours. In this case, it's important to know that when a phone is left off the hook, the phone rings into the control center, so that way we can address the issue. When the call rings through, you can pick up the phone and hear anything on the other end that may be being said in that area, which is important in case we're dealing with a staff assault or a hostage situation. So, I'm working as the electronic monitoring officer, which means that the camera controls are my main responsibility, along with the perimeter security. As I'm working, the phone rings, and an institutional caller ID says, 1 post, which is odd because that post is not used because it's too small for a modern person to comfortably fit inside it. Also, at this time, there's nobody that should be near it, and for someone to reach it, it'd have to be set off at least 2 security alarms, which I was in charge of monitoring. Given the fact that the guy who was doing the perimeter checks was a bit of a prankster, I figured it was just him playing a prank, and that he knew a way around the sensors. So I answer the phone and I hear the static, which is continuously increasing and decreasing in volume like somebody has an old television on a static-filled channel. Like it's moving volume up and down constantly. I hang up the phone, move the camera to look at the post, and I can see right inside there's no one there. As I'm looking at it, the phone rings again, and it says 1 post. This time, my lieutenant picks up the phone and after a minute walks back to me, asking if the perimeter officer is playing games, as he can hear mumbling blurred out by static from the 1 post phone. He sees that I have a camera pointed right at it, and that there's no one there. The lieutenant tells me to have the perimeter officer check it out. Maybe an animal may have gotten to the post and knocked the phone off the hook. The officer took a while to get there, as he had been on the other side of the perimeter. He had to climb 5 flights of stairs to get there. During this time, the phone had continued to ring from 1 post until I could see the officer opening the door, at which point the phone stops ringing. The officer opens the door with his flashlight on and calls over the radio that there's not a phone in the post. My lieutenant responds that there must be one because the calls keep coming through. In response, the officer holds up a disconnected phone line so that the camera can see it, and says that this is the only thing in the post. This post hasn't been used since like the early 80s, and like I said, it was too small of a space. The phone would still ring now and again on a 3rd shift until we updated our phone system to the internet-based system. 4th experience. I had been an officer for about 4 years at this point. I was working my regular shift as an electronic monitoring officer. I went on a restroom break, which means I had to leave my post and go about 100 yards away to the nearest restroom. As I'm in the restroom, I distinctly hear the sound of boots clapping on the tile floor of the hallway that leads to the restroom among other rooms in that wing. As the sounds get closer to the restroom, I can hear the large Folger keys. They're clinking together on their waist as they walk. When it sounded like they were right outside the door, I called out saying, I'll be out in a minute. I didn't hear the sounds after I said that. Thinking someone was waiting outside, I hurried up and washed my hands, not taking more than a few minutes. I opened the door, and there was no one there. The hallway is long enough and has 3 entry doors, and I would have heard them open or close as well as any other door in the hallway, to where they would have had issues getting out of the hallway noiselessly in the time between me calling them and leaving the room. I returned to my post. I asked my sergeant if he saw anyone go into the wing while I was down there. He said he didn't and asked why, knowing that he was somebody who believed in ghosts, given that he and I had talked about how we used to, do independent paranormal investigations. I told him what happened. His face went slack and his eyes got large as he said, "Go check the video." I returned to my position and watched the video of that hallway. The hallway of the wing above that one and the areas outside the wing. No one was in that area during that time except for me, and no signs of distortions. Fifth experience. I'd been an officer for about 6 years, and I was working my regular shift. I was watching the medication lines after the dinner lines. They were done. My sergeant was talking with me. Not like a management thing. We were kind of friends. We just wanted to have a conversation while ensuring the prisoners weren't passing meds, fighting, or anything worse. The medical hallway I was watching is connected at one end to the rotunda and the other end of one of the main housing blocks, specifically right next to our main segregation unit. As we were talking, we heard what sounded like muffled talking from a radio. Checking our radio, we realized that this was not us. We began searching the area around us. Given the location, there shouldn't be an unattended radio, so it was like a security issue and some kind of concern. As we proceeded to search the area, we realized that the intercom system speaker for the segregation unit was making the sounds. This intercom, unlike a standard housing unit, is not used frequently, which is why we were surprised to find it transmitting sound at all. The sergeant points out it and says, "Must be broken. Switch is in the off position. Activation lights off." I looked closely and I got goosebumps as I made a shocking discovery saying, "Sarge, how is it doing that when it's not plugged in?" I held up the unplugged cord leading out of the intercom box and gave it a slight tug to show it was attached directly to the box. The sergeant's face went white as he walked off, shaking his head saying, "Nope, nope, no." These intercoms don't have backup batteries. There's no direct power hookups, just the cord that had already shown that was disconnected. The sounds continued for the duration of the medication lines. I left the area after that, and I never heard of it doing that again. What did we see? This is a story from a friend and I, and something that we saw 7 years ago. It was the week of my birthday, November 2nd, 2017. And as I shared a birth date with one of my gamer friends, I decided to have a weekend birthday party that would take place from the 3rd to the 5th. One of my friends had to go to work that Friday and work for a couple of hours before he could come back. But he didn't drive. I offered to drive him there and back, as he was a very good friend. Didn't want him to miss the first night of TTRPGing. Also, since I had reached an age where I wasn't drinking as much as I did in my early 20s, he worked as a floor cleaner in a chain store, home state of Michigan. It was 20 miles away from my house, so I was fine with just waiting in my car with my book. Please keep these points in mind for anyone questioning how much detail I go into. I work in the criminal justice field, and I'm trained to observe and retain details about notable events. I'm still able to recall critical events from 12 years ago with great detail. Also, well, my friend was present and confirmed everything that I saw. He may not work in the criminal justice field, but he did go to college focused on it, and he's a great observer, often noticing things that all of our friends miss. It was 2 in the morning when we drove to his job. Being the gamers and sci-fi fantasy fans that we are, our conversations were filled with our geekiness the whole way up. Driving north along the Michigan highway, we didn't see anything other than some white-tailed deer movement, which in the rural area of Michigan is not out of the ordinary, and it seems to be another fall night with a relatively open sky. My My friend went to work while I read my book with nothing abnormal happening. I sat there. He came out a couple of hours later and we set back to my place. We'd been driving and talking further about various geeky topics until we began driving up this hill. We just seemed to have an awkward silence between us. In the middle of our conversation, I specifically remembered thinking something was off as we reached the crest of the hill. At the crest of the hill is a house on the passenger side of the road with a mailbox and a guardrail which leads from the base of the hill up to the driveway, because there's a crazy ditch on the other side of the rail. As we were about 50 yards from the driveway, I saw it standing there by the side of the road. I could see the brown legs, torso, and antlers. I specifically remember thinking that the deer looked huge. In the back of my mind, thinking I should find out who owned the property near there. Maybe go hunting near the area. But as we reached the crest of the hill, I realized that this was not a white-tailed deer. This thing was standing on two legs with what would have been its front legs hanging at its sides as a human would have as their arms. The head was also wrong, as it didn't seem to have a snout, and its face was just covered by hide with its green glowing eyes facing toward us. Its antlers were sitting on top of a human-shaped skull, which is not where they sit on a deer's head. This thing was massive, standing between 6.5 and 7 feet tall. Very broad. I was sort of gauging this off of the scale against my car as I drove by it in comparison to my size. I drove a 2008 Chevy Impala, and I'm 6 feet tall. My abdominals were aligned with the window, and I was standing outside when we were right next to this thing. I saw its legs at knee level. I managed to keep driving onward without issue, and my friend and I continued in silence for nearly a mile when he finally turned to me and said, "Did you just..." he asked before I cut him off, saying, "Yeah." He brought it up. I felt a knot forming in my stomach, and he continued, "You know, that could be..." I cut him off again, and I said, "I really don't want to talk about it." We stopped talking about it and continued for the next 10 miles in silence till we reached my house. We went to bed even though some of our friends were still up, but I did not sleep well the rest of the night. It should be said that I grew up in this 4-county area and have been traveling these roads at all hours of the day and night my entire life, especially the one that we had taken, which I traveled at least twice a week at roughly the same time frame. I have extensive experience with Michigan wildlife and have acted as nighttime deer spotter for my family since I was old enough to see over the dash. I've hunted since I was like 10 years old, and I've killed many deer. And as is pretty common in my area, I've been the victim of car-deer accidents more than once in my life. If anyone thinks it was a person doing a prank, you can factor that percentage down to 0. It's near the end of bow hunting season at that time, and no one outside of town and cities would dare dress as a deer, much less by the road. I also discussed this with my friend before posting this, and our descriptions of the events matched. We don't talk about this much. We don't see each other often anymore. I was used to staying up till dawn, so it wasn't me being tired. Why did it seem we had entered a sort of trance? I've seen blood spurting out of someone's open neck and not missed a beat as I applied pressure waiting for an ambulance. Why did it bother me so much? What was it? The Wendigo? A skinwalker? A not deer? Or something else? The questions still haunt me along with the anxiety I feel every time I walk into the woods. Haven't seen it since, but I hope I never do. The Locksmith's Prison Ghost Story. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had it running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escapes during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. Here's the story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the third time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he'd need to swap it out with a spare and repair the one that he removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to the lock shop next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock in his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closing with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walk through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and linked the arsenal, the lock shop, the emergency tunnels, and the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and the lock shop directly to allow immediate egress, and the tunnel had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did, until he heard the lock audibly click. Then checked to make sure it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox, it clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud ringing clang that reverberated through the hallway and down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being Bob, he bent at the waist, picked up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that he stood in front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, and he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, and the catwalks around the whole prison, really. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets than it was to put proper lighting in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow-white like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark as he heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolbox and the lock and began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized he could see a figure down in the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take in a deep breath to yell down the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white and wearing striped clothes. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away like a fog lifting off the ground when the sun rises. Music coming from the forest. There's this forest close to my house that I often walk in, alone or with my family. It was being used in World War II, so there are a few military bunkers around. The forest is quite long, and there aren't many houses around. In some areas there are none. Now, this first encounter with the strange forest was about a year ago. I was walking, going a bit further than I usually would alone. I explored a bit, then walking back. There was this large field I passed. It had a bunker in it. I took a look. In it were a couple of roe deer bones and some half-smoked cigarettes. Nothing out of the ordinary. This was one they'd forgotten to close up, so you could go inside. There's nothing strange or out of the ordinary in the bunker either. I left it and continued walking. Keep in mind that this was one of those areas where there's no houses nearby. I walked and suddenly my heart dropped. I heard music, very clear, vintage-sounding music like from the 20s or 30s. I was terrified. I walked further thinking it was my imagination, but it wasn't. To continue on the regular path, I had to climb a little hill that was quite muddy. But I couldn't get on it. I had to keep walking through the field without the path. I was so scared I thought there was someone hiding in the trees waiting for me. There wasn't. I took out my phone, took some videos, and sent them to my friend. She could hear it too. I walked home, but I thought it was just a weird coincidence. But last week it happened again. A twig snapped and the music started playing when I was walking back home. The same exact place. I ran back home, which took about 20 minutes. It was the same music. I saw a shadow person. Okay, so I hosted Christmas at my apartment. After my family left for Christmas, I stayed up and cleaned while my mom went to bed. I have a screwed up sleeping schedule. I've been staying up until 4 a.m., so I figured to get tired, I should just clean the kitchen, dishes, and living room. As I was done cleaning the kitchen, I looked at the reflection of my sliding glass door. There was a shadow figure of a man in front of my Christmas tree, and it was looking directly at me. I looked away and started telling myself I was just seeing things because I'm tired and smoked weed. So I must have thought something in the living room resembled a young man's figure. I went to the living room to start cleaning up and felt this weird energy. I was uncomfortable. It felt like someone was watching me. I quickly grabbed my gifts, and before I went into my room, I looked again at the sliding door, and I swear to God I saw the shadow of a young man, but this time looking at me from his side. I screamed and ran inside. Now what the hell do I do? Am I just crazy, or am I making this up in my head? How do I get him to leave? He's scaring the shit out of me, whoever he is. Also, I have 3 cats. One of my cats was staring at the direction the man was looking at me. Now they're all currently in my room, and I don't want to go outside my room. The same cat that was looking at him also begged to come inside my room by meowing loudly. Help, I'm scared. LOL. Hunting report. Ancient giant presence in Papua New Guinea. Over the festive season, my daughter persuaded me to post one of my stories from my early years on your platform. To be completely frank with you, some of the questions I'm about to raise here are still bothering me to this day. So, anyway, this story's about hunting. At the time, I was 17 and living in Papua New Guinea. It's a large archipelago in the southwestern Pacific Ocean. My parents were French, but I was born in Papua New Guinea. I spent my entire childhood surrounded by native Papuans. I considered them my brothers, and they considered me one of theirs. One of my friends was a boy my age. We called him Cam. He lived in my neighborhood, and we were in the same class for a long time, so we were very close. And I say were because we haven't seen each other in a very long time. He and I shared a passion for hunting and fishing. We spent our weekends in the lush woods behind my house chasing small prey and birds. I've amassed an enormous number of memories and hunting stories, and experiences, as many laugh-out-loud moments were painful and frightening ones too. We've also gathered a lot of experience and equipment. During these hunting trips, the peak of the excitement, the real trophy, was the big prey, and in particular the deers. But they were rare in the small wood that bordered our neighborhood, and you'd barely ever see any. To find one, you really had to go deep into the jungle. So during the holidays, we'd ask Cam's big brother to give us a lift in his 4x4, and he'd accompany us on our expeditions into the prehistoric flora and fauna. This time, Cam's older brother had guided us to a hunting area I'd never been to before. We arrived very early in the morning, armed really, and equipped ourselves. Set off into the jungle in silence. To describe the atmosphere, the inside of the jungle is like a burning oven. We were forced to wear nothing but our underwear because it was so hot. The air was also extremely humid, with drops constantly falling from the trees even if it wasn't raining. The ground was made of slimy, sticky mud. Not to mention all the insects and vegetation that constantly irritated our skin. Hell on earth, but it was really fun. You could also hear the monkeys calling and the birds singing through the forest. There was never a moment's silence. We concentrated on listening to the animals' footsteps, following their tracks in the mud, picking up any dung we came across, and vigilantly observing our surroundings. That day, we wanted to go deeper into the jungle. To my surprise, my two friends took an abnormally long detour that made no sense to me. We were wasting time and energy when the primary forest was practically, impracticable. But I thought they knew the area better than I did, and the landscape I was seeing was magnificent, so I didn't say anything. After 4 or 5 hours of walking, we came to a watering hole, which looked like a heavenly little swamp. It was a good sign, so we stopped, had a drink, then hid, rifle in hand. After 40 minutes of silence, perhaps an hour, a pair of deer appeared near the waterhole. Feeling the excitement and adrenaline pumping, I slowed my heart rate and took aim at the buck. Then the three of us fired in chorus, made a terrifying bang, a triple rifle shot that instantly struck down the prey. All the animals in the vicinity scurried off and all the local birds flew away. All the animals in the vicinity, all of a sudden, silent. And by the way, I'm not an animal sadist, and violence isn't my favorite thing about hunting, but I have to admit that seeing the deer fall into our hands gave us a pretty great joy. Then we tied up the animal's legs to carry it to the 4x4, but instead of taking the most direct way and clipping through the area, Cam headed off in the direction of a detour. I argued that there was no point, and that would be wasting our time. Then Cam responded with a bewildering answer. He said, "Our traditions forbade us to pass through these lands because it was here that our ancestors killed the last giant." His tone was serious and sort of solemn, and his eyes betrayed neither lies nor humor. I didn't try to argue any further, and we headed back to the 4x4 via the diversions. At the time, I was really surprised by this mystical response. Then I was able to relate it to another story I'd heard from another native Papuan, Vilai, the sister of a friend of mine. As part of her job, she had to terraform a parcel of land that was in a forest in order to build houses. When she and her team were excavating the ground to build the foundations, they made an outstanding discovery. 4 human skeletons, the largest one 5 meters tall. Naturally, they called in a paleoanthropology consultancy from France. Scientists and soldiers arrived in a hurry the next day. They strictly forbade access to the area to anybody who wanted to go near it. A few days later, the scientists left, taking the bones with them and assuring Vieli that the other witnesses that the incident had never really happened. That's all I really had to say. I haven't managed to get to the bottom of this mystery, which the islanders find hard to talk about, by the way. I've done a bit of research into them, and some legends claim that these giants were the result of crossbreeding between a human race and an extraterrestrial race known as the Nordics. The tall blondes, or the Elohims of the Bible. Do what you like with this information. Also, I've never seen any giants myself, but the people around me believe in their existence very hard, and the legends do circulate. My grandpa came to me in a dream. I do believe there is a God, at the least. All this said, when my grandpa died, I didn't go to the funeral or viewing. I don't go to these events, if that's what you call it. I'm just not comfortable with them. The day after the funeral, he came to me in a dream. And if you're like me, your first thought is, well, it's a dream. This time, though, was different. It's hard to explain, but it was something you feel. He had the same type of clothes he always wore. I could smell his distinct scent, and everything felt subtle and warm. Kind of like when a big light casts on you and you feel its heat. He told me it was okay that I didn't go, and that he understood why. Everything was so vivid and crystal clear. I've never had a dream with such detail, not even remotely. The vast majority of the time, I don't remember my dreams. The times that I do, I try to remember it, but after 10 minutes or so, it's all faded away. It's been several years since then, and I still remember this dream, much of its detail. This has been probably my only experience in a somewhat paranormal event. There's only one other dream I had. I kind of question it, but since I sort of sit on the fence, I just learned to not. Something keeps appearing as my husband. I have something in my house, and I've no clue what it is. I call it a mimic. Starting in 2022, my husband and I would hear our voices calling each other. It would happen at random, and after a while, we just stopped paying attention. 2023. I'm starting to see what I imagine it is. It appears as my husband. The first time it was standing in front of his door with his back to me and his hand up as he was locking the door, but he wasn't moving, just frozen. I ignored it because, well, thought he was trying to creep me out. Went to the bedroom where he was sitting. I freaked but moved on because what else am I supposed to do? More times happened, like coming in and having him laying in bed facing away from me. I laid down with my back to him on the phone. Felt him shift, then felt a light touch on my hair. I turned, and it was just a pile of blankets. Now here's where I'm getting scared. In September, I opened the bathroom door, surprised that he was just standing there with his hand to his stomach. I went to apologize, and he said, "Something's wrong with my stomach." I said I'd go get the medicine. When I came back, he was gone. So I went in his room and he was watching TV. I tried to give him the stomach medicine. He said he never asked. I told him what happened, and the shock on his face is stuck in my head. He said he wasn't in the bathroom, but did say to himself something was wrong with his stomach. He's been so many appointments trying to figure out what it is, and still no answers. Hopefully soon, though. Has anyone dealt with something like this? I truly am just trying to figure this out. I'm not asking for belief. I'd truly love to find science behind this, but I just can't figure what would be realistic about this. You never really believe until it happens to you. This happened in early February of 2005 in Concord, Virginia. Like my title, I wasn't a true believer until I saw what I saw. Even though it was almost 20 years ago, it's something I think about often. It's like my whole life changed in the matter of 5 seconds. Since then, I've become somewhat sensitive to things I can only explain as the supernatural. So let me set the scene. I was a super young mother to my first daughter, who would turn 1 that month. We used to live on this old kind of curvy road where one end brings you to Lynchburg and the other to Appomattox. Like every morning back then, I was heading to Lynchburg. But of course, I was speeding to make time to go to work for, supposed to be there at 5 a.m. There was this part of the trip where it has a super sharp curve that it would sort of like snake, and it would be uphill at the end of the snake. There would always be huge packs of deer in this area, so you literally go 5 miles an hour with all the curviness. This strip of road didn't have any houses for at least 3 miles each way. Even though it was 20 years ago, I still remember every single little detail. Like the outside temperature was 17 degrees. To Usher's Confessions Part 2 was on the radio, with the time being 4:43 a.m. I remember the Vanilla Tree car freshener. Bro, I even remember what underwear I had on. I'm sorry, but it's just nuts I even remember that stuff. I was speeding until I got to the top of the snake, slowed to a basic crawl. But as I was entering the top of the snake, Usher started coming in and out of the speakers while my whole dash was slowly dimming. Of course, I had a mini panic attack thinking my car was dying, but I was confused because I still had plenty of power when I stepped on the gas. By the second curve, I got the most intense feeling I've ever had in my life at this point. I can only explain it as pain, or sadness, fear, coldness, and just the feeling of being lost. All I could do was bawl my eyes out, like a full-grown woman crying like a baby. And as I reached my last curve before the uphill, I saw him. I saw him leaning against the hill that was right next to the road. I first noticed his bare feet with his gray tattered pants. Wait, it's the middle of the winter. Where are his shoes? Was my first thought. But then I saw his gray, thin, strange jacket, one I've never seen like that before in my life. As I slowly made my gaze to his face, I realized he didn't have a face, but rather just a shadow. I literally could make out every other detail but his face. It was just gone. You know how if you're going slow enough and you hit your brakes, the red light can kind of see what's behind you in the mirrors? Well, this guy was just gone. And so, wasn't all those emotional I had 2 seconds ago. I made it to work with only being 2 minutes late. And that day after work, I decided to walk around the downtown Lynchburg historical building. Something I've never done in the 5 months I've worked there. That was the day I learned what the Civil War soldiers actually looked like. And I also discovered my road was used as a trail to Appomattox. Appomattox? That is a very cool name. Bizarre word. I also had no clue when a soldier would die, they would steal anything useful off of the fallen soldiers. I know what I saw that day, and I can't tell who or what side that soldier came from, because even though I thought I'd seen the color gray, it was really just a ghost. Did they even really have colors? Doppelgangers. My 3+ experiences with doppelgangers. I was in Boston, and swear to God, I saw my brother and his now wife walking downtown, literally right in front of a high-rise my brother works in. I called him, and he said they were home, but it was weird. Like 20 minutes later, I was almost in a really bad three-way accident with speeds up 60 miles an hour, basically. By some miracle, none of us made contact with each other. I was dumbfounded. And to make things even weirder, on the way back from Boston, I saw someone with their foot on the left side guardrail like they were about to climb over onto the highway. The only problem was that they looked like an actual zombie. Not like a disheveled man, but like a zombie with purple and an almost demonic face. I only saw him or it for a split second. Did I see the entity that pretended to be my brother? It's an honest question. In my hometown, me and my brother's doppelgangers have been seen around town. Someone said they saw my brother, like exactly, but with dead eyes. Someone at Dunkin' Donuts told me I had just been there. Same looking person with a navy hat and the same exact kind of car. Even weirder than all that, a few years ago my best friend's grandmother got a call from my friend. The only problem was that the call was coming from the Dominican Republic, an island along with Haiti, which is well known for voodoo. Is my friend a changeling? But seriously, in voodoo, one ritual is creating zombies by stealing their souls in a dark magic ritual ceremony. We've all heard of a supernatural entity called a shapeshifter. Haunted hotel. So my partner and I love to make, a weekend out of our minor trip, just to get away and get a hotel somewhere new. This time around, we went up to Richmond, Virginia. I'd never been there before, and wasn't really too aware of the history. Never paid attention in history class. Well, we finally get there. We got a hotel in the historic downtown area near the Capitol building. Cool. Walking up to our hotel, I got an eerie feeling from it, but I shook it off as general anxiety. Our room was creepy. Couldn't really shake the feeling that this was a very old hotel, most likely had a ghost in it. So I looked it up but didn't find anything solid. I get over it, and we leave to explore the city. That night we're falling asleep. No alcohol or drugs involved, and the room is just dark. I'm a little bit psycho because I sleep with my feet outside of the covers. I do this every night. Think I'm asleep, but I still feel like I'm awake. A weird, in-between. This is when I feel someone wrap their left hand around my right foot and tighten. I jerk all the way awake, pull my foot back, look around the room. No one's there. Now I'm freaked out, but I try to just play it cool. Tell myself I'm dreaming, go to sleep. In all of my dreams, there was a male following me around, begging me to help him get to the dreamland. I kept telling him that I couldn't help him. The next morning, I tell my partner about the foot grab and the crazy dreams, and his face goes white. I ask what's wrong. He says, "It felt like I was asleep, but I felt someone push me on my shoulders. I also then had a dream of a male getting in my face. Needless to say, I'm not going back to Richmond. About 10 years ago, I had a dream that still gives me the chills every single time I think about it. Important backstory information. A friend of mine passed away when he was 19 from a sudden illness. His name was Kevin. A few years after he passed, my boyfriend and I moved in with a friend who was Kevin's best friend. We shared a one-room bedroom apartment, and both had our beds in the same room. Rent is expensive in your early 20s, okay? So one night I was asleep and dreaming. Can't remember the beginning of it, but my dream suddenly changed. It got really bright, and I was walking up a set of stairs leading to an apartment door. I opened the door, and there was Kevin, sitting on the couch in the living room of this brightly lit apartment. I said hi to him and sat down on the other couch facing him. He said hi back, smiling. I started asking him how he was, and that we all missed him. He said he was great, and that he missed us too, that he's keeping an eye on us for where he is. Anytime I asked him about where he was, he would say that he can't talk about it, or that he had to leave. I said we don't have to talk about it. He said we shouldn't be sad about his sudden passing, and to live our lives and be happy, love one another, things like that. After a couple of minutes, I suddenly woke up. It's the middle of the night, and I looked around the room. My boyfriend was snoring away, and my roommate was asleep in his bed. I tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't shake the feeling that Kevin was somehow still in the room, as if something was watching me. The dream just felt too real. While Kevin looking around the room, I said, "Kevin?" out loud. My roommate's head lifted off of his pillow suddenly, and he turned around to face me. He said, "Did you just say Kevin?" I responded with something like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Just had a strange dream about him." He froze and then said, "I had a dream about him too." I asked him what happened in his dream. He had the same dream at the exact same time. There might be a ghost in our house, and we need help. Okay, so me, a 15-year-old female, and my twin sister Sophia were both in our beds tonight to go to sleep. This is when I started to hear footsteps, very heavy ones. So I texted her and asked what the hell she was doing since it was just me and her in the house. Our parents are out of town. She replied with, "I'm in bed, dumbass." I called her a liar, so she sent me a picture of her in bed. The footsteps were going all around the house in a circle for 20 more minutes. I decided to ignore it because, I don't know, maybe it was just the house shifting. About 30 minutes later, Sophia texts me, saying that she heard a light switch turn on and then off 3 times. I told her that maybe it was a good idea that she come sleep in my room because I was genuinely freaking out. She told me that she was too scared to move, so I got up and ran to her room, shutting the door behind me and turning on the light. When I got into the bed with her, things just got weirder. The footsteps started up again after 10 minutes of me being in her room, the same route that we've been taking before into the kitchen and down into the living room and back around the hallway that leads to my room and my sister's room, and then it repeats. We keep hearing light switches clicking on and off all around the house. The heat is kicking on and off like someone's messing with the thermostat. And it's also normally very warm to my sister's because she has 2 heat vents in the room, but it's freezing in here now. And every once in a while, we'll feel a breeze go through, but no windows are open. We also are hearing tapping on our bathroom door and on the walls, and it sounds like somebody opened the cleaning closet near the kitchen. Both too scared to move. We don't know anything about paranormal stuff, so we're trying to Google some things, but nothing's helping. So we decided to get up and search the whole house together. Didn't find anything, though. Again, we have no experience with this type of stuff. So please, somebody help us. Anything would help. The ghost in our basement. Hi. Okay. So me and my sister basically never sleep downstairs. Nothing really happens in the basement. It's normally just upstairs, like light switches turning on and off, and we hear footsteps when we're alone. But in the last few days or so, a lot has been happening in the basement that we cannot explain. Okay, so basically me and my sister were scared to sleep upstairs alone because we kept hearing footsteps and stuff like that. Our parents weren't home at the time, so it was late. So we went downstairs, and it was normal for about an hour, but then things started to be weird. When we played some music, the lights started flickering, and then just turned off completely, which we thought was just an electrical problem, so we brushed it off. Then my sister made a joke saying, "Imagine if it's just like a ghost." Then the light turned back on right after she finished saying that, so she asked if it was a ghost, and the light turned off again. We started to get weirded out, so we just turned off the light and went to sleep. The next morning, we woke up to a phone call. Felt like it was vibrating the whole room. It was neither of our phones, and her dad and mom were at work. We didn't recognize the ringtone. We freaked out and jumped up and ran over to our friend's house and called her mom. She called the police. They searched our entire house and no one was there. Our family has no idea what to do. Graveyard stories from Dad. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young. Thought a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. 1. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking of such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down, placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer had wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened. Possibly when he was early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could play army men and pranks. On one night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or in anguish. They looked at one another, decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhat nearby before the sound of charging hooves running toward them. Dad said they ran the hell out of that graveyard and back to their car. The Man in a Top Hat and Cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs, proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding the car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key, get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring the dates further. Dad hit the gas pedal, drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man stood, looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. Ghostly mischief. This here's my story of incidents that caused my family a certain degree of trouble. When I was a teenager, a long time ago, still living at home, my mom got on a long kick about some silverware going missing. She was somebody who not only was, impatient, but didn't suffer fools at all. To save money for a house purchase, we were living in a 1900s 4-apartment building. My mom kept her kitchen cabinets and drawers well organized. She was always in a rush, and if kitchen utensils weren't handy, she got anxious. At some point, she started mentioning to us her silverware was suddenly and inexplicably going missing. She was getting frustrated, tried to blame one of us for playing a practical joke on her. One that she didn't find funny. Neither my dad or I would dare think of playing tricks on her. We assured her that we had no involvement in the disappearances and helped her look for them, but no luck. At first, it was one of the 2 knives, until she was actually down to only 1 knife left. It was weird as fuck. These were silverware knives, not the big ones for food prep. Her quote-unquote obsession with the missing knives grew to the point that she started questioning the few neighbors that we had. Of course, none of them had been in her kitchen, so they got plenty annoyed by her suspicion. We had to apologize to them on her behalf. She was just pissed off. Fortunately, my dad made enough trips to Goodwill until he found a very similar knife pattern and brought them as replacements. When my folks finally bought a house and everything in the kitchen was getting packed for moving, we gave the kitchen a deep cleaning, and what turned up? The knives from the original set. But they were in the strangest place ever, behind the drawer in which she kept cloth napkins and trivets. This was a whole 2-drawer below where she kept her silverware. Why there? I don't know. None of us knew. In my opinion, for those damn knives to end up there, had to be some kind of ghostly mischief. None of us would ever think to put them there. That old apartment always had a kind of strangeness. Me and my cousin heard a church bell inside our room. This is a story that happened back in 2015. Freaks me out to this day. For context, me, a 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26, go to our grandma's house every school and uni break since we were kids. We stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us were having sleep paralysis. This one night, we both went to bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom, causing me to wake up because of the lights. Checked my phone, and it was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I had woken up from him opening and closing the door. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing really loud inside our bedroom near our beds. I was listening to it and I freaked the fuck out, and all I could do was cover my head with blankets and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving all over my bed and all around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. and then started moving toward the door. I got out of the bedroom into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room, then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. The direction it was going was clear to me as it was getting lower and lower until it just disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went to, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed there quiet. So did my cousin, and needless to say, I didn't get any sleep. The next day when I woke up, I asked if he heard the bell, and he said, yeah, exactly like I did. To this day, this is an experience that creeps the hell out of us, and we have no explanation for what happened. True story. About 12 years ago, I moved into my house. It's an upper masonette. It was built around the turn of the century, I think 1910 or thereabouts. When I first moved in, I lived with my brother. We began to notice some strange things. Firstly, windows that we swore would be closed would be wide open. Not that strange. Mistakes can be made, but it happened so often that we decided to do an experiment. We closed and locked every window in the house, then took a bus into town. We spent a few hours shopping and then came home. When we got back, all the windows were unlocked and wide open, and a stack of plates from the kitchen cupboard were on the counter. The phenomena continued. Wet handprints appeared on the ceiling in the kitchen and bathroom. Handprints appeared on the outside of the windows, and not long after, blood started to appear on the floors and walls. It ranged from splashes where it looked like it had been flung to small pools on tables and on the floor. Once my brother's partner's train tickets home that were in his wallet turned up in the living room floor in a small pool of blood. We absolutely could not explain what was happening. A friend of ours who is a nurse at the Royal Victorian Infirmary in Newcastle upon Tyne took a swab of the fluid, confirmed that it was indeed human type A blood. Once when my brother and I were watching television in the living room, we could smell smoke. It took us a long time to discover that the underside of our dining room table was on fire. No flames, but the wood was smoldering, a red-hot ember. We had to turn the table over and cover it with wet cloths before really going to bed. The blood continued to materialize at regular intervals, and we also started to discover some purposeful placement. An opening in the bathroom cupboard, there'd be stacks of jars and bottles of shampoo and cosmetics, balanced so precariously that a touch would cause them to collapse. One morning I woke up and found every knife from the cutlery drawer in the fridge. By this point, my brother and I had moved out, and we decided to call a priest. Fortunately, he seemed quite disinterested and said he could only offer the same blessing he would bestow on any new home. The phenomena did not stop. In fact, it got more frequent. He sent an email to the Society for Psychical Research, but received no reply. At last, my mother, who's a very devout woman, said she knew of a priest who was mandated to deal with these sorts of things. I contacted him, and funnily enough, when he arrived, I recognized him. He had baptized my friend's eldest daughter, and also said Mass at the school that I attended. He assured me that whatever was happening was not dangerous, and I could not be harmed. He went from room to room with holy water, much as one might imagine. Then he held my hand and sang a prayer which I believe was improvised. Before he left, he stuck a piece of laminated paper above my kitchen door that bears just a series of letters and numbers. I have no idea what they mean, He wouldn't take any money from me. We shook hands and he left. There's never been any activity since then. Not really a thrilling tale, but a true one. Step into the unknown with Paranormal M. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and prepare to be captivated by our latest stories that push the boundaries of belief. We hope you enjoy the journey into the mystical and strange. Lost Girl. Over the years, I've seen and sensed the presence of spirits. I've only spoken to one in a short conversation, like 10 years ago. I live in a suburb of Los Angeles, so it's a small street with houses up and down the streets. Tree-lined sidewalks, a few street lamps. I remembered that I needed to take out the trash. I had to bring it to the curb for pickup. When I walked out, I looked up and down the street. No one was there. The street was dark and silent, with a breeze that's pretty usual for the area. When I was done, I was surprised to see a teenage girl walking down the sidewalk toward me. The streetlights were like a half block away, and they were sort of covered by tree branches that moved in the breeze. Because of the lighting, she was in blue tones. She was walking slowly, looking from side to side. But her look, I suspected she might be blonde or maybe a redhead. 5'7" maybe. White, like pleasant blouse, a gypsy skirt, sandals. Kind of like a hippie, but I've seen girls dressed this way currently, so wasn't that out of place. She seemed lost or high, but her presence at this time of night was out of place. When she got within 15 feet, I asked her if she was okay or if she needed help. She said no, but didn't look at me, and then said I'm looking for my friend's house. It has an alley behind it. I told her all the houses here have alleys. She said that she'll find it. She never looked at me, just at the houses, and she also never stopped walking toward me. The tree branches shifted in the breeze and the light ran across her face. At that moment, I realized she had no eyes. I could see into her eye sockets for a moment. She was 5 feet away at this point, and I was frozen in place. All I could say at this point was, "Do you want me to tell anyone or anything? Call them?" She walked right past me on the sidewalk. She didn't stop or look at me, but said, "No, I'll find them." Frozen, I watched her. She walked 20 feet to the tree. That's where the street lamp was covered. She sank into the shadow of the tree trunk on the sidewalk. I made my way home, but kept looking out my window for a few hours. I still get nervous when I walk outside around there. I'm done. As a supervisor at a local government facility, I really can't say which ones though, but I've worked at different ones over the last 20 years. This story is secondhand, but at the moment just after it happened. The supervisor from another department came over confused and said, "Can you believe this crap?" I asked him what happened. He said the phone repairman just walked off the job. I was thinking of something mundane, and he said that when he asked the phone repairman why it was packing up, the response was, "That woman," and he kept packing. The supervisor asked, "What woman?" The repair guy said, "The one with the 1940s hairstyle." The supervisor said, "What girl? What'd she say?" The repair guy said nothing. She was watching me unpack my tools and then walk through that wall, then proceeded to walk out and leave. I asked what this facility was prior. He said it was an old landfill, but it was popular Lover's Lane in the 1950s. Seeing how it overlooks the Los Angeles basin makes sense. He didn't know much else. Couldn't find anything to back up other than the view. Make it pretty good for, well, that facility wasn't there. Great party, Dad. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me and told me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. Wasn't in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor. A ton of people I don't know would be there. Add to the fact that the house has a medium backyard with a pool. The lighting sucks, so your standing room only in the house and in the near dark with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman. They had like a 7-year-old. It was a boy, basically at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist, was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this. When it thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What'd you see?" I said, "Like..." She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you can see it." I said, "I didn't see anything strange." I said that people shouldn't be bringing kids to adult parties that run this late, especially if something's, not okay with them. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman and said, "I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home." She looked at me horrified. There was no boy. That woman lost her son a few years back to cancer. I was told later that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. I am here. Years ago, I dated a woman named Patty. She was 10 years my senior, but I didn't care. She had 3 kids, and I practically lived with her for a few years. She'd been orphaned for about 10 years and, well, raised by a few aunts. One of them I had not met had gotten sick. It was both the emotionally closest, and they stopped talking in her 15 years prior. That was confusing. We went to the hospital, but she was unresponsive. I met her family and figured out that there was quite some anguish had by this lady when they parted ways. There was nothing to be done, so we went home, put the kids to sleep and laid down. Not even 10 minutes later, we could hear footsteps outside and crunching leaves. I got dressed, and as I was going to the door, I heard 3 thumps on the wall hard. I hurried out, nothing, not around, no signs of anything. We went to bed again. Under an hour, the bathroom sink just turned on full blast, hot and cold water. I was less than 5 feet away, so it wasn't a person. I turned off the water, and less than an hour later, it happened again. We both stayed up after turning the water off. Less than 2 minutes after, we got the call. Her aunt had just passed away. Because of the whirlwind after that, I'd forgotten what really happened until right now that it popped into my head. I assume it takes quite a bit of energy to turn on faucets. Me think so. 2. Bad neighborhood. Back in 1997, I lived somewhere that one might call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, and it was the only one. What it did do was make it cooler, almost cold all the time despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing, that happened, was at night I could hear someone walking around outside my door and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks the TV or radio would turn on and then the volume would go up. At the time I figured that somebody had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen that something fell on the floor late one night. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom and I could see across the apartment. No one had been there. I started asking the neighbors, but they were mostly wanting to keep to themselves. The next night I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day, I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me a few years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make a noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day they got in a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there. Took a week or so to call the police. Then it started smelling. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear it out and carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1 foot around the whole apartment made sense. He then told me that there's more. I was like, great. The next people who lived there, had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Lucky for he did not hurt her physically, but what he did do is hang himself on the stairs just outside her door looking at it. He knew she left for work early, and of course she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where they dead boyfriend lived, and she said they could hear someone opening her door then walk down the hallway toward my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actually dangerous gang member that lived in and these apartments. I'm reading it as is. West Hollywood Ghost. In the year and a half I was assigned to work a police station in West Hollywood, I saw many strange things, but most of them are for different forums than this. I had contact with trustees, and they would talk briefly from time to time, but I was working for most of the day. For those of you that don't know what that is, it's basically prisoners that are non-violent and have a small sentence that live in the station doing menial jobs. One day one comes up to me, says that he couldn't sleep because there was thumping in the bathroom next to their dorm. I was like, well, mostly likely pipes and just deal with it. I went back to work. After the weekend I saw him and he looked very tired. Tells me that that thumping continued, and he could hear gagging quietly. He went in the bathroom and no one was there, and the noise stopped. The days would pass, and now several of them were looking not rested. They said they can all hear it. I said, mention it to the person in charge of you. He told me that they did, and that they got threatened to get sent back to regular prison if they keep bothering him. It sounded typical, but I was feeling kind of bad as they were kind of looking scared and tired. When I ran into the person in charge of them, he said that complaint came up every now and then. There's nothing really they could do. Everyone knew that 5 years prior, a trustee hung himself in that bathroom while everyone was sleeping. The problem would solve itself when the scared prisoners asked to be sent back to regular prison. There's nothing I could do, so I decided not to tell them. Nothing good would come of it. They were all gone by the next week, and their replacements must have been heavy sleepers, because I didn't hear really anything about it after that. Anybody else remember that story? Excuse you, car. Night jogging. I can't really say why I did this. I know it wasn't really for my health. After night classes at a tech school, and my friend had time. We got out at about 10, and in those years this was early. He asked if there was any tracks open to jog in. Burbank was too far, and I told him I knew a place. I'd been taken the year prior by a friend that liked local anomalies. I drove to the hills, where the 210 and the 118 meet. In the hills, maybe 15 minutes in there, is a graveyard called Glenhaven. According to my other friend, the year prior is very haunted. It has no walls, and it's across the street from another graveyard that does have fencing. Down the road from it has a gravity hill that pushes your car uphill. Down further, there's a bar that had people that would chase you out if you weren't their type of people. Getting deja vu again. I feel like I've read this story. At the end of the hall, you bump into a walkway that goes under the 210 freeway. Supposedly, someone was killed there, and you can hear this screaming if you go in the middle of the night. The gravity hill is real. The bar is always closed when I've gone, and I heard this screaming at the walkway, but I can see it being an echo. But the graveyard. Me and my friend walked out, and I told him that we could run across and back for exercise. After some debate, I told him it was forced conditioning. We would be compelled not to stop until we got back. I didn't know how right I was. By then it was almost 11 p.m. and we started our run. Started to hear a little girl giggling. As we continued, because there is no lights in or around the graveyard, I could see what looked like fireflies. They're not native to Southern California, at least. I've never seen them here. We started detecting movement by the time we reached the other side, and started running back, almost in a panic. By this time, we could fully hear footsteps behind us, and both of us refused to turn around. When we jumped off the curb onto the road, it all stopped. The whole place was silent. It scared the hell out of us. On the way back, I said, "No one better chase us. I'm not in the mood." We did this once a week with the same results for a month. After that, we found something else to do that was less frightening. Being macho, we were like, that's boring. But we were really scared. I can admit that now. My great-grandmother's paranormal experience. I was told this by my father when I asked him for stories while doing my family tree. My great-grandfather had been murdered in 1938. I had found his death certificate from Mexico City. Something to the effect of massive head trauma. My dad tells me that his wife had 2 small children in the house. She was fearful that whoever killed her husband would kill her and her children. She would sleep at the front door with her children face out so she could see under the door if anyone was coming. Because she lost all income, she rented a room to an old lady named Kona. Every morning she would come out of her room dragging her slippers on the floor one step after the other. One day Kona didn't come out of her room. It turned out that she had died. They brought the neighbor doctor, and he said, yeah, she passed away. In that poor neighborhood, they did wakes in the house. So the neighbors sat up in the kitchen table and started praying. Suddenly Kona screamed and sat up yelling about how she went down a hallway to a large book that contained all of her sins. She said she would cover her eyes but could still see them. She said it was horrible. She then faded and died again. After everybody was done shaking, the doctor was called again and he said, "This time, she's really dead." Unamused, the funeral continued, and Kona was buried the next morning. My great-grandmother closed Kona's room, went back to sleep looking out the crack at the bottom of the front door. In the middle of the night, she heard the door open, and then the she of Kona's slippers across the floor. She was frozen, started praying, but wouldn't stop. She then remembered that somebody told her if she cussed out the ghost and it was a pure soul, it would leave. She got up, started cussing Kona out. In the pitch black, the spirit ran into her and threw her on the floor and left the house. I find it interesting that Kona had warned everyone when she came back briefly that she was not a pure spirit. This is my story. Okay, so this took place 12 or 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened. But I swear I remember what happened this night clearer than most I've had. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver. As I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I would call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house/reserve named Kaputoi. For reference, outside of this house, which was sort of appearing to be like a hitchhiker. I obviously thought that this was weird as hell because being rugby season is pretty damn cold at 1 a.m. Due to the recent spate of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this quote-unquote hitchhiker. Thought maybe they'd be safer crashing at my parents for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is going to sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is to liken the face to an old brown, leathery volleyball type thing. Felt my blood run cold as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror. There was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've just seen a ghost." I was just, it's funny that you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays. She mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told that the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up outside of Kaputoi House. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Donner Pass. Last night I experienced something very disturbing on Donner Pass in Truckee, California. The area is known for being haunted because it has a rich history of death and violence, i.e. the Donner Party to name the biggest one. But being born and raised in Reno, I've been to Truckee hundreds of times, and I've never experienced something quite this disturbing. My fiancé and I went to Northern California to visit his family for Christmas. We didn't leave his family's house until 6:30 p.m. We had about a 5-hour drive ahead of us to get home. By the time we got close to Truckee, I had realized that I'd made a mistake not taking a bathroom break at the last gas station that we stopped at in Yuba City, because every gas station after that is closed for Christmas. But by the time we hit Donner Pass, around 10:30 or 11 p.m., I thought my bladder was going to explode in my body if we didn't stop. I was expecting to have to wait until we got to the Arco at the bottom of the pass, but to my surprise, there was a big rest stop at the top of the pass. I remind everyone that I've driven through this pass hundreds of times, never noticed this rest stop. As soon as we pulled up to this stop, I immediately felt uneasy. I felt a fight or flight instinct kick in that I've never felt in Truckee before. I've gone to Truckee to investigate paranormal activity multiple times, but my need to use the restroom outweighed my uneasy feeling. In the parking lot was one car, a blue car. Could have been a Honda, but I honestly didn't look too closely because the man standing next to the car looked completely normal and harmless. Made me feel like a rabbit in the face of a wolf. I couldn't figure out why I was so scared of this man. I dismissed it on a late-night paranoia, got out of the car. I had to pass this man to get to the building, the bathroom in it. But the closer I got to him, the more panic I felt. To the point where I stopped in my tracks and waited for my fiancé to walk in front of me. He stopped when I did, though, seemingly because he caught the same creepy vibe from the guy that I did. But then walked in front of me anyways. He's a real sweetheart, and I'm so lucky. The entire walk from the car to the building, the man looked almost through my fiancé and at me, had a really creepy smile on his face the entire time. It made my fiancé so uncomfortable that he put his keys in between his knuckles in case he had to fight the guy. When we walked into the building, things got really weird, really fast. As soon as we opened the doors, my vision became strange. I tried focusing my eyes on the sides of the building, but no matter how hard I tried, my eyes just kept unfocusing themselves. It freaked me out, but I dismissed it on the long, dark drive contrasting the bright lights in the building and walked toward the women's restroom. The men's restroom was on the left, and the women's was on the right, and both had two sides to choose from. My fiancé needed to use the restroom himself, so I assumed we were going separate ways. Ran into the left side of the women's restroom. As soon as I turned the corner, I was immediately even more creeped out because there was toilet paper all over the floor. It looked like 3 or 4 rolls had been unraveled all over the place. But again, I dismissed it as tweakers doing weird shit at a rest stop. Took a deep breath, opened the first stall. Clogged and disgusting. So then I moved to the second stall. Clogged and disgusting. Then I moved to the third stall. But as I reached for the door, I got a sinking feeling that someone was behind the door and I backed up. I looked under the stall and saw a woman's feet. She was wearing black small-heeled shoes with a weird-looking silver buckle on them. And under her feet was what looked like a puddle of water. It looked like this woman was soaking wet, dripping all over the floor. Spooked me, so I turned around and went to the other side of the bathroom to try those stalls. When I got to the other side, as I was passing the mirrors, I glanced toward them and saw a woman following me in the reflection. She was about my height. I'm 5'2", maybe a little taller. Black hair. She was wearing a white turtleneck button-up shirt and a black skirt that was long enough to reach below the mirrors. She was soaking wet, and she had makeup on that made it look like she was painted by somebody else. But the creepiest feature I saw was her eyes. I'm not new to seeing the dead. Sensitivity runs in my family. But I've never seen a ghost that looks like this. Her eyes were grayed out the way a corpse's eyes do after a few hours of passing. I worked at a morgue a few years ago. It's the only reason I know what that looks like. Usually when I see ghosts, they have normal eyes. But hers were different. They were wrong. It scared me to death. I ran into a stall and locked the door. I heard her footsteps come up to the stall, and I saw the shoes that I saw in the other stall from under my own stall. I cannot make this shit up. The woman started aggressively trying to open the stall. I was pulling back from the inside, and she was pulling back from the outside with the force of a living person. Then suddenly it stopped. I said out loud, "What the actual fuck?" Took a deep breath, sat down to finally just use the damn bathroom when I heard a loud, fast footstep come from outside of the bathroom. I was going into the side I was on, and saw brown leather suede boots running into the bathroom and toward my stall. And at this point, I've had it with the ghost crap, so I stood up, closed my eyes, ran out of the bathroom. My fiancé was standing outside of the bathroom, apparently waiting for me because the guy outside creeped him out so bad he didn't feel like I was going to be safe going to the bathroom. He told me he was standing there the entire time waiting for me. I told him to get me the fuck out of that building. I wanted to go home. He asked me what happened, and who he heard in the bathroom with me, and why I said, "What the actual fuck?" And it dawned on me, this was not something that only I had experienced, but that he had also heard happening. So I told him, "I think I saw a ghost, and that we just needed to leave." When we walked out of the building, the same guy was standing by his car watching us. I looked down at his shoes, and he was wearing the same suede brown boots that I thought I'd seen in the bathroom. When we drove away, my fiancé said, "That guy gave me serial killer vibes. He was looking at you like he was hunting you. It really freaked me out. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw that man again in the news." And when I told him about my experience in the bathroom, he felt that it was possible he had heard someone there before. She was trying to warn me. He also expressed that he had the same experience with a weird change in vision when we walked in. However, again, this could have just been a change from the dark to a bright room. Can't get her face out of my head, and I'm worried that that guy did hurt her, and he'll hurt someone else. My fiancé's a Marine veteran. He doesn't spook easily, and he's met a lot of violent murderers. So when he says he recognized him as somebody that wanted to hurt me, I believed him wholeheartedly. Any thoughts? Has anyone experienced anything like this before? A very regretful Ouija board experience. So this happened years ago in about 2019. I was over at a friend's house. We had a good amount of people to play with their Ouija board, maybe 5 or so people. I want to preface this by mentioning the board we were using was used before to summon the well-known Ouija demon known as Zozo by the person who owned the board. They supposedly sold their soul to Zozo for the demon to protect them from their biggest fear, which was being in a car crash, or something similar to do with cars in that way. Anyways, we started playing. We circled the board with the planchette to warm the board up, began asking questions. It began to answer. responding yes to if there was a spirit with us, and answering basic questions such as its name, how old it was, and why it died, which it gave answers to. I believe the first spirit had answered hospital. The group I was playing with began to ask dumb and all too playful questions, and not taking it seriously, even making fun of me when I chastised them for not being serious about it. I stopped playing with them after a while. I remember their non-serious nature went on for a while too, but as they continued to ask questions, they all had gone silent and had seemed to become entranced by the board, deeply focusing on having a very, very long session with it. I had tuned out most of this and hanging out with my other friend on the couch who had also not opted into the session. This wasn't that. I wasn't interested in playing necessarily. I just had no tolerance for the group not taking the game seriously. I've always experienced paranormal shit since I was a baby, and every single one of my households I've ever lived in prior was really sensitive to the paranormal, actually. This was my first experience with the board before I was followed by something. I asked to borrow the Ouija board. My friend gave me permission. This marks the next time I played the board, which, this is going to be very dumb and cliche, but the day was Friday the 13th, and I decided to play in Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill in Seattle, Washington. My friend and I took the board to the park. I managed to find a few strangers to play with. My next mistake. We sat down, circled the board, and I took to asking the questions. The spirit I'd managed to contact began to give me random letters as opposed to the previous session having clear English written out. I asked if this was Latin, as I knew if the board began speaking Latin, you're supposed to end the session. It answered yes. Then I asked if it was a negative spirit. It answered yes. Then my next mistake, I asked it permission if I could end the session. It told me no, then began to circle the board in wide circles. I got really uncomfortable, tried to push the planchette to goodbye, and a strong force pushed against the planchette, not allowing me to pull it to goodbye. I did manage to push it to goodbye after some more force, told the spirit that it was not allowed to contact me again. I cut contact with the session, flipped the board, believing the session was cut off, but left a deep feeling of dread in my stomach, like something wasn't right. And that feeling was correct. My ex and I had kept the board at his house. Kept it in his shed for some time after that. Because when we kept it in his house, strange things would happen, such as footsteps and doors closing and opening, knocks underneath the floor and his doorknob wiggling, and some other happenings. We returned the board to the original owner after this, the one who had summoned Zozo with it. We didn't want it around anymore, and the owner had apparently wanted it back. After all of this, a spirit followed me home. I would hear footsteps running up and down my stairs outside my bedroom. I would wake up freezing cold with a deep feeling of dread and a figure at the foot of my bed. One night there was a heavy banging noise in the garage, which my parents blamed on me, to which I frantically responded, "See? Something isn't right." Something did follow me home from the Ouija board. They began believing me more that night after the banging. I was so scared during this time that I sprinkled salt around my entire bed and door frame, smudged with white sage before I knew it was closed practice. Slept with crosses and a Bible on my bedside and prayed to God every night. I became extremely spiritual around this time because I honestly had no idea what else to do or where to turn. I just wanted the haunting to stop. One morning my ex and I heard my mom knock on the bedroom door. She asked us, "Why are you guys sleeping still?" He got aggravated at my mom waking us up so early. I checked the time and it was 7 a.m., which is really unlike my mom to be wondering why we were still sleeping at that time. When I went upstairs a bit annoyed to ask her about it, she was on FaceTime with my sister's kid in the living room. I had no idea what I was talking about. My mom isn't the type to prank me like that or lie, and she was really busy with the FaceTime call at the time that it happened. Honestly, think back and wonder whatever asked us why we were sleeping was mimicking my mom, or if it was an entirely different woman's voice. We had just chalked it up to being my mom since that's the only lady in the house. The thought still makes me sick, honestly. The person who owned the board who summoned demons with it was also extremely troubled and ended up committing suicide a year or two after after I stopped being friends with them. Haven't touched a Ouija board since, and the experience left me with some trauma. I still sleep with the lights on, and I still did continue to use my pendulums and tarot cards and practice with gems and scrying. But I never touched a board again. I never will. The concept interests me still, and the fact I did have some sort of profound experience, I'm just not sure if I'm morbidly lucky to have had. I'm just glad that things, that followed me home stopped contact after some time, right? My weird experience. I've been thinking about this ever since I saw it as a kid. This was probably around 2000, 2001. I remember telling my friends at school about what I saw. They thought I was making it up. Well, I grew up in North Jersey. I shared a room with my younger brother at that time. We had bunk beds. I slept on the top bunk. One night, I think it was fall or early winter. There was a pretty loud storm and it was raining pretty hard. The sounds of rain on the roof was pretty loud from what I remember. Our house was right across from a strip mall, so there were sounds of semis coming and going maybe 2 to 3 times a day. They'd usually come to stock the grocery store. I was pretty good at recognizing those sounds. But this night it sounded like the semi was driving on top of gravel right outside the house. It was a different sound than the rain. It was so loud and bizarre that I remember waking up. Definitely wasn't thunder either. From what I can remember, I was just lying awake, and from the corner of my eye, I see what I thought was a laser pointer pointing through the window. It's giving me chills typing this out. It wasn't just one dot, though. It was a triangle of dots kind of scanning my room. It happened in like 2 seconds, and then it was gone. So our bedroom was on the second story of the house, and our window faced the backyard with the woods being behind it. So it's not like somebody could just be shining a laser pointer in because of the angle of how it moved through the room. I was on the top bunk watching as it moved. The incidence angle was above my elevation, but from outside. Could this have been a drone? I have such a hard time believing that because it was raining so hard. I doubt even a helicopter would be cleared to fly in a storm like that. What the hell did I see that night? I felt it touch me. I fell asleep at around 4 a.m. I woke up at 5 a.m. I was at a sort of camping place with people I knew and some I didn't. Around 100 feet away, there was another camp I had to get to, but it was already dusk, turning everything around these camps pitch black. I had to make my way to the other camp, and a kid from my school happens to be there. He tells me the way. I'm really afraid of the dark, but I see some people coming and going between the two camps. So I toughen it up, grab my phone, and make my way there. Making my way to start the trail, there's a small ditch only 2 feet deep going around the camp. I set foot down in it in order to reach the trail. When I take another step, my body goes limp, as if God or a being much more powerful than me commanded, fall. I collapsed in the ground in an almost paralyzed state. I felt a hand curl around my ankle and drag me into the woods. All I could think was, this is the end, and I could only pray. I could only groan for help. It was blood-curdling, and the way I was being dragged, the hand had no sway to it. It was being hauled like at constant speed. Something of inhuman precision and strength was taking me away. Here's where it gets worse. I start to feel the inside of my top right arm muscle and my entire right shoulder tickle. Not pleasant, but a violating sensation. This sensation is followed by a feeling of old, spindly fingers making their way up my shoulder toward my neck. And at this point, I was awake, so I didn't feel the drag anymore, but I was fully aware of the fingers touching me. I had two options: scream and fight waking my friend up, or slowly turn to my side in hopes it went away. I chose to slowly turn, pretending to be asleep, and as I began to turn my body to my right side, the fingers began to creep away from my neck down my shoulders. Afterward, I picked my phone up under my rib and covered my head with my blanket. What's extremely worrying is that when I'm sleeping on my back, the right side of my body is the one facing the door in my room, making this seem like there really was something there. The house I live in has a history of apparitions and noises of people walking and certain malicious spirits. They've been removed, though. I also still feel a residue. I'm typing this after waking, since I haven't been able to go back to sleep. White, dense fog in my living room. Hi, everyone. All my life, I've been able to perceive ghosts and spirits, and even the true character of people. Often some bad entities would follow me to my place if I was feeling down or angry. So I've learned to placate my emotions. I don't give them any entrances in my home. The last 3 months I haven't seen anything weird at my place, but a couple of days ago I was walking toward the kitchen. I saw a dense white fog suspended in my living room above the table. It was static and it felt normal, in the way that I didn't feel anything good or bad radiating from it. It was also spherical, but nowhere near perfect. I live by the sea, so I thought this was a marine fog, but I realized the doors and windows were all closed and it was clear outside. The fog disappeared slowly in front of me. I told my boyfriend, and yesterday he saw it while I was in the shower. He described it the same way, but this time the fog was not above the table, but above the kitchen counter. Do any of you know what that might be? Have you ever had a similar experience? Do you know if it's good or bad? What is this entity trying to communicate? Paranormal experiences. I do not know how to say this without sounding insane, but since I can remember, I've been on some weird, haunted, psychic shit. This goes from my childhood to me as an adult now. I'm relatively sane and emotionally sound. I have ADHD and dyslexia, and I'm in therapy. I typically don't mention my paranormal experiences due to the fact that I seem insane. It starts with my childhood home, built during the Great Depression. Here's all the known of the history. According to the previous owner, Mrs. H, a young girl, I'll call her E, met a violent death from a fall on the back porch. Because of this, the family sold the house to the H family. Mrs. H and Mr. H had a family followed by a long and happy life until Mr. H's death. Mr. H died from some lung condition caused by his time in a naval shipyard. I'm not quite sure when he died, but I do know that the dining room was turned into a hospice in the end. Then in 2002, when my family purchased this house from Mrs. H once she moved to a retirement community. From my childhood, I remember my old dead grandfather in quotes, and a little girl in a smock dress and a bow in her hair. My mom can go on and on about the stories of younger me acknowledging and talking to my old dead grandfather and the imaginary friend all the siblings had. I could go on and on about these experiences, but I'll just share a few. As time went on, my whole family had paranormal encounters. Mine were primarily with Mr. H. Nothing really malicious happened or anything. It was kind of like he was watching over me when things got rough in my childhood. Another creepy thing that happened to me is sometimes I just get vibes, I guess. There's not really any other way to say it. Some places that I've walked by or been in sort of just give me a vibe. Most of the time, it's not necessarily a negative thing, but on occasion, it would be threatening or sad. I now work in EMS going on 4 years. It's hard to explain, but there's like a heavy and threatening vibe that comes with certain scenes. 3 calls in my career have given me this quote-unquote vibe. One of which I walked in to discover a DOA by self-inflicted GSW. Upon investigation, he was a monster of a man, decided to end it to avoid prison, followed by 2 situations that were true crime documentary level homicides. In the town I work, there's 4 places that give me the heebie-jeebies. 2 places that have given me vibes similar to the quote-unquote vibes. I rarely go around unless I'm dispatched to the surrounding area. Upon research, I discovered at 2 of those locations the same SK killed a total of 5 people. After that, I decided I should stop looking into it. Shadow of my mom. I'm 24 years old and male. These stories are from when I was like 5, 6, or 7 years old. It could be my brain, but I'm certain it happened. I was in bed and heard footsteps coming up the stairs. As usual, my mother would come to wish me a good night's sleep. Usually I'd be sleeping and would wake up briefly to say something back to her. But this time it felt strange. She came in, wished me a good night, went out. She closed the door. I was lying with my back to her when I turned around. What I saw was a shadow in the room. I started laughing and giggling because, well, that's Mom. The shadow looked like my mother, but also not quite. It was very odd. She seemed older, taller, and thinner. After about 2 or 3 minutes, I ran to the shadow, hugged it, and it laughed. It said something, but I don't remember what. I ran back to my bed and turned around. A minute later, I looked, and the shadow was gone. The next day, I went to Mom and I asked, "Why did you stay so long in my room?" Mom looked genuinely a bit confused. "What do you mean?" I asked her several times about this years later, but she knows nothing about it. A mysterious encounter, sleepwalking, shadows, and unexplained events in the night. Anyone else experienced this? Long ago, my brother and I sometimes shared a room while on vacation. We would stay over together. We played games and often gamed. My brother is known for sleepwalking, which usually happens in phases. Several times a year, a few weeks at a time. Once he ended up standing under the shower before waking up. Another time, he was descending the stairs, still asleep, misstepped and fell down. My parents found him downstairs, took him back up, treated his wounds, and he went back to sleep. About 15 minutes later, he woke up and started crying. This story is about an autumn day. I had a Jip and Janneke, famous Dutch children's book. There was a lamp hanging over my bed. It emitted a soft blue light. I woke up to knocking on my door. I didn't respond. After repeated pounding, I saw the door handle moving up and down. I remember lying in bed petrified. What? Why is this happening? Suddenly, the handle turned down, the door opened, and on the floor, I saw a figure. Not a shadow, but a sort of shape. An arm was in the air, fist clenched, moved toward me in a worm-like motion faster than someone crawling or sneaking. Suddenly, the fist was beside my bed. I was terrified. What is this now? Every time I tried to move my hands to my head, the fist came between them and my head. It seemed to sense when I did this. It was truly bizarre. I think I haven't slept so badly in ages. It felt like hours, but realistically, it was probably about 3 minutes. Then the fist lowered and the figure remained lying there. I didn't dare do anything. Gradually, I fell back to sleep in silence. The next morning, I looked on the floor and it was gone. Couldn't figure out if it was my brother or not, and I still can't. Still not entirely sure, but my brother and parents don't remember anything about it. What it was, I have no idea. Was it my brother? No idea. Maybe sleep paralysis. I genuinely don't know. Me neither. The Italian lady that haunted our old house. When I was younger, my mom and I moved to Australia from South Africa when I was 7. We moved into this cute small cottage in a popular neighborhood. The house was old and a few areas were quite rusted. I remember that I would never go into the living room because it always terrified me. There was always some creepy, eerie aura in that room. About a few months into living in that house, I would wake up in the middle of the night due to loud, awful sounds coming from the kitchen. It sounded like pots and pans crashing into each other. I walked into the kitchen. There was nothing there, so I walked back to bed. This happened every day. A few days after my mom and I were talking about the weird noises, when my mom said something that sent chills down my spine. "Can you see her too?" Those are the exact words my mom said. She told me she could see an old Italian lady in the kitchen hitting pots and pans together, furious, yelling at us to get out of her house. A month later, still hearing those sounds, my mom and I were meeting her neighbor at a coffee shop. My mom asked her if by any chance there was an old Italian lady that used to live in our house. Our neighbor then said, "How do you know?" "She died the house just before you moved in." We were petrified. My mom then saw the lady again at night. She was more angry than ever. My mom, well, she told me the next morning that she told the lady that we're kind of safe people. We'll protect her house. Never saw her again. The living room was no longer eerie or creepy either. The Peruvian Lady. A few years ago, I used to work in hospitality, so I could travel and earn money while I did it. I was working in a beautiful hotel in Peru. I'd been working there for 5 months and absolutely loved it. One day I was working in reception. I was checking people into their rooms, and this one lady walks in. She had long brown hair, a black handbag, and a red shirt with what looked like weird stains on it. She had booked a room with 4 bedrooms. Thought it was a bit odd that she booked one of the biggest rooms and she's just one person, but I just assumed the other people were, they're going to come later perhaps. She was only going to stay for 2 nights. I gave her the keys and didn't see her for a while after that. The next day everything was normal, and how my day usually went. But it was at night when things started to get weird. Got a phone call on my hotel's phone at around 10 p.m. At the same time, my personal phone started ringing. My phone said no caller ID. I ignored it and hung up. I could pick up my work phone. I picked up, and it was the same lady I saw earlier. She was crying, saying she needed the ambulance. I asked why. She wouldn't stop weeping. She just kept begging me to call the ambulance. So I did, and luckily, the hotel was only about a block away from a hospital. The ambulance quickly came and we went into a room where I'll never forget what I saw. There was blood everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. But that lady wasn't there. It was only blood. I got freaked out and I couldn't handle seeing the blood, so I went back to the desk downstairs, and on my desk I found an odd printed note. The note said, "You'll need it later," or something like that. Next to the note was a small clay bowl. Later I told my Peruvian friend about it, and she said they used clay bowls as a source of protection from malevolent spirits. A few days later, I still have dreams about this lady all the time. I had a dream where I would see her again in a hotel room. She would just be standing, staring at me. It wasn't until I started working in another hotel where I saw her in the lobby. She looked the exact same. Red shirt was clean this time. I was petrified. She was smiling just like in my dream, and I screamed, and my colleague at the time ran over to me and asked what was wrong. I told her about the lady, and she said, "No one was there." Ghosty moving my shoes. I, a 28-year-old female, have had a lot of ghosty experiences. One of my most recent ones, though, involves my shoes being moved. At this point in time, I was working 2 jobs as a server. Double shifts Friday and Saturday, so 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. I just got home around 10:30-ish. I was just exhausted. I had to be at work again the next day at 7 a.m., so I didn't do anything except come home, walk into my living room, drop my bag, keys, jacket, and arm my couch, take my shoes off by the side of the couch, let my dog out the slider connected to my living room, and turn around and walk down the hall to the bathroom to brush my teeth and whatnot. This was before locking up and heading to bed. For context, I sleep with my bedroom door closed. Always. No exceptions. Ever. My dog slept in my bedroom with me, in the bed most nights anyway, sometimes on the floor. Morning comes, my alarm didn't go off. I wake up already 30 minutes later than usual and bolt up in bed. I notice my bedroom door is slightly ajar. First, I didn't think anything of it really. Perhaps I was just too tired to notice that I didn't shut it all the way last night. Slowly crept open overnight. So I just crawl quickly out of bed, run to the bathroom to get ready quick. Once I'm done, I head to the living room to put my shoes on, grab a bag of keys, a jacket, etc. There's only one shoe. Super stressed because I'm already behind, I start frantically looking everywhere around the couch, under the couch, then the whole living room. No other shoe. I decided to just wear a different non-work pair of shoes because I'm late. Frustrated, I rush back into my room, get my dog up so that way I can go potty before I leave, and as I enter my room, I see my other shoe on the floor by the head of the bed, positioned as though if someone were wearing it, they'd be looking at me. I immediately get the chills, but I'm also still late, so I call for my doggo and leave, but I thought about how the hell my shoe got there basically the whole day. The next morning, I woke up to find the shoes I wore the previous day instead of my work shoes in the hall, positioned as though someone were walking toward my bedroom. I also know that I 100% left them in the living room like I had wearing work shoes. About a week after this, my mom, we lived in a split level, me downstairs, her upstairs, found one of her shoes on her hallway shelves. Bathroom ghosty experience. Okay. Just to share one more story today. At one of my jobs during my first day, I had to wait with some of my new coworkers for my mom to get off. She had got me a job at the restaurant that she worked at. I had just moved to the area, and she had been there for a little over a year. We had carpooled. Anyway, my trainer and the other coworkers and I were closing the restaurant side of the place. The other side connected by a hallway, and the two doorways was a bar. It was open for 2 more hours. After we finished closing up, I was sitting in the darkened restaurant at the table with 2 coworkers just chatting a bit, getting to know each other and whatnot. I excused myself to use the restroom, which is in the hall that connects the bar and the dining room area. That hall and the bathroom is close to the front door as well. The bathroom door was super heavy and opened fairly loudly with a creak and a whooshing sound that closed slowly due to the spring mechanism that it was connected to. It was also a great noise barrier. When someone opened it while you were inside the noise from the bar, it would be kind of much louder until it slowly closed. The bathroom used a motion sensor detector light, so it was off until I opened the door and walked in. To paint a picture, you walk in and to your left, the closet door is the sink. Then also on the left, but a bit further in, are 3 stalls. 2 tiny first and then a large one in the family disabled. I know I was alone and I saw the I know I was alone as I saw the tall... Double messed up. I know I was alone as I saw the stall doors were open, and I have a habit of looking under for legs. I was in the first stall. As I finish peeing, the lights turn off. I'm startled by this, and I say something like, "What the fuck?" And right as I'm about to stand up and flush, in the now pitch-black bathroom, there's 4 or 5 quick bangs on the stall door so hard the whole stall shook. Scared the absolute fucking hell out of me. I yelled this time, "What the fuck, not funny?" But no giggling or other noise you'd expect from a new coworker or someone pulling pranks. Suddenly the light pops back on. I didn't hear the door open or close. Never heard footsteps or literally anything other than the banging. I feel super uneasy, actually frightened, and quickly leave the stall, look in each of the other 2 stalls. I don't see anyone. I'm pretty positive I would have heard someone open the door if somebody had come in after me or somehow were in there before me and left. I also wasn't in there for more than a few minutes. Seriously, probably only 3 minutes tops. I wash my hands quickly and try to leave, really trying to rationalize what happened. When I get back to where my coworkers and I had found our male coworker, I smile, thinking, he must have been my female coworker. What? Aha. Okay, I'm going back a couple sentences. When I get back to where my coworkers and find only male coworker, I smile thinking, aha, must have been my female coworker and she's probably going to jump out at me and try to scare me again. I ask the male coworker where female coworker is and he says that she left out the back, opposite direction of bathroom, because it was late and she had to open the next day, and to tell me bye. I sit down, confused and scared. didn't say anything to anyone, but until a month or so in, I heard another coworker talking to a customer about weird experiences that she's had at the restaurant. She believed it to be haunted. Apparently, someone had killed themselves in the basement well, this was back in the 40s when it was a small Martin or shop or something. Over the 9 months of my working there, so many things happened, not only to me, but my other coworkers too. Definitely still could have been my coworkers pranking me, but no one ever owned up to it. I think that's a little weird if it was meant to be a prank.